Hey everybody, how's it going? This is Kevin Asani and you are watching The Progressive Square. Thank you so much for joining me. We've got a great show today. We're going to be covering some really interesting topics and issues. Before we get started here, don't forget to check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/ProgBlacksmith. If you can become a patron and give me a generous contribution, it would be greatly appreciated. Also, for more information about this podcast, check out #TheProgSquare on Twitter. That will direct you to all of my live broadcasts on Periscope, as well as every segment I post on YouTube. So let's get started with the first segment here. So as many of you guys know, the debates were taking place this past Tuesday. I covered it. It was a really interesting debate, very long, 3-hour debate, and I'm going to kind of delve into a couple of the parts that stood out to me the most. So the first kind of back and forth that took place, or at least that I noticed that took place, was the one that took place between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. So, of course, Bernie Sanders, as you guys know, stands for Medicare for All. He has a position on Medicare for All that is long withstanding. It's not something he's strayed away from, while a lot of other candidates have. And then there are candidates like Joe Biden and Amy Klobuchar and others who are in favor of a centrist public option type position, or just kind of improving on Obamacare. So that's something that Joe Biden is strongly in favor of. And he's taken on Bernie Sanders multiple times on this matter. So I'm going to play you guys this exchange that Biden and Bernie have, and then we'll analyze it on the other side. Check it out.
As some of you have indicated, the differences between all of you on this stage are tiny compared to the differences between you and President Trump. There are, however, fundamental differences between many of you on this stage. Vice President Biden, just on either side of you, Senator Warren is calling for big structural change. Senator Sanders is calling for a political revolution. Will their visions attract the kind of voters that the Democrats need to beat Donald Trump?
Well, I think their vision is attracting a lot of people. And I think a lot of what they had to say is really important. But, Senator Warren said we can't be running any vague campaigns. We've got to level with people. We've got to level with people and tell them exactly what we're going to do, how we're going to get it done, and if you can get it done. I'm going to say something that is probably going to offend some people here, but I'm the only one on the stage who's gotten anything really big done, from the Violence Against Women Act to making sure that we passed the Affordable Care Act, to be in a position where we, in fact, took almost a $90 billion act that kept us from going into a depression, putting us in a position where I was able to end able to end the issue of gun sales in terms of assault weapons. And so the question is, who is best prepared? We all have good ideas. The question is, who's going to be able to get it done? How can you get it done? And I'm not suggesting they can't, but I'm suggesting that that's what we should look at. And part of that requires you not being vague. Tell people what it's going to cost, how you're going to do it, and why you're going to do it. That's the way to get it done. Presidents are supposed to be able to persuade.
Just to clarify, Vice President, who are you saying is being vague?
Well, the senator said she's being vague on the issue of, actually both of them being vague on the issue of the Medicare for all. No, look, here's the deal. It costs $30 trillion. Guess what? That's over $3 trillion a year. It's part of the entire federal budget. Let me finish, okay?
You'll both get in.
If you eliminated the entire Pentagon, every single thing, plane, ship, troop, the buildings, everything, satellites, it would pay for a total of 4 months. 4 months. Where do you get the rest? Where does it come from?
Two things.
Senator Sanders, respond.
In 2 ways. Joe, you talked about working with Republicans and getting things done. But you know what you also got done, and I say this as a good friend. You got the disastrous war in Iraq done. You got a bankruptcy bill, which is hurting middle-class families all over this country. You got trade agreements like NAFTA and PNTR with China done, which have cost us 4 million jobs. And let's get to Medicare for all. Let's be honest. We spend twice as much per person as do the people of any other major country on earth. And the answer is, if we have the guts, and I would like to see the Democratic Party have that guts, to stand up to the drug companies and the insurance companies and tell them that the function of health care is to guarantee care to all people, not to make $100 billion in profit. If we stood together, we could create the greatest health care system
Vice President Biden, you
in
can
the world.
respond, and then Senator Warren.
We can do that without Medicare for all. We can do that by adding a public option. We can.
No, you
and we can
can't.
afford to do it.
You got to take on the greed and the profiteering of the
greed and
healthcare industry.
Let him
Let me
respond.
finish.
Vice President.
The greed and profiteering of those insurance companies. They are as much against my bill as they are anybody else. They were strongly against Obamacare. They know it costs them, and it's going to take away the right of people to choose, the 160 million people out there who've negotiated their health insurance, and they want to keep it.
Senator-
They should have a right to keep it.
So, I mean, that was a very long exchange between Biden and Bernie over there, and I mean, it's so obvious that Biden has zero ability to make like a decent argument. Every argument he is making is just pushing the same tired talking points we've been hearing from centrist Democrats and establishment Democrats, and really honestly just kind of your typical pro-Obama Democrats, which are establishment Democrats, but like kind of just those typical people that, you know, just don't want anything to change, but like they also like think they're like progressive, liberal in, you know, quotes, obviously not really that. They're not really that. They just claim they are or think they are, but they're not. But anyway, so first, Joe Biden claims that he's the only candidate on the debate stage that's actually gotten anything, quote, done. And then he listed a bunch of amendments and bills that he passed in the Senate, like the Violence Against Women's Act and all that stuff. Now, okay, that's fine. I mean, when it comes to most politicians out there, I'm sure you can find some good things that they did, and maybe not most, but like the good chunk of politicians, you can look out there, you know, you can look at their record and be like, yeah, okay, that's not a terrible record. That's a decent record. Just looking at the good things, right? Obviously, if you throw in the bad things, there's a lot of bad politicians out there right now, especially. But you know, he lists all these things, but then look how Bernie shoots back, and he says, "Well, you got the disastrous, you know, Iraq war done, quote. The bankruptcy bill done, quote. You know, the trade deals done." So it's like Bernie knows that Joe Biden is just blowing smoke up his own ass and just sniffing his own farts, because he loves the fact that he's, you know, been in the Senate for, I don't know how long now, 40, or was in the Senate for, I think it was 40 years or something. Like, to Biden, he thinks that, like, oh, going and working with, you know, other Republicans is such a wonderful thing. When in reality, you have to look at the actual policies. So what policies did Joe Biden, or any, you know, politician out there, whether you're Republican or Democrat, you could talk all the time about how, oh, I've gotten this done, I've gotten that done. But what is the quality of the legislation that you got done, the quality of the policy or the bills that you got passed? Is it something bad like a war, or is it something good like, you know, expanding some sort of like social program that a lot of people need, you know? And Joe Biden, his record, honestly, in that regard, is totally mixed, but it's so mixed with like neoliberal, centrist, you know, centristy type, you know, kind of like capitulation, that everything is just so watered down. Nothing is actually like a progressive reform, because Joe Biden isn't a progressive. He might as well like be a Republican. He might as well just be a member of the GOP when he's with the policies that he passes and the, you know, talking points that he pushes. So yeah, so his you know, bragging about his wonderful accomplishments doesn't really boil down to anything significant, at least in a good way. And you can see that just by looking at the facts. Now, so Bernie, he also addresses the Medicare for All point by mentioning how we spend twice as much per person as any other industrialized nation on healthcare, which means we need to take on the corrupt and greedy insurance companies. So obviously, Bernie Sanders is absolutely 100% right on that one. And that's something that Joe Biden listens to, and he's like, oh, who cares? I don't care about that. I don't care about the fact that we spend twice as much per person as any industrialized nation. In his mind, he's just doing the bidding of the multinational corporations and the big healthcare companies. That's all he really cares about. So when that's all you care about, you don't actually want to do any kind of serious reform, progressive change. You just want to do little changes around the edges, coloring outside the lines just a little bit. You don't want to go too overboard because you're going to piss off your corporate, essentially your corporate overlords and the puppet masters out there who expect you to fall in line and do what they demand. So Bernie Sanders is the only one who's not willing to take that kind of stance, or willing to go, do the bidding of those multinational corporations and big healthcare companies. And then finally, Biden says we can do whatever he's pushing for, essentially a public option, Obamacare expansion, whatever. We can do that without Medicare for all, and claims that the health insurance industry is just as much against Biden's healthcare plan, which is basically Obamacare, as they are against Bernie's Medicare for all plan, stating that the 160 million people who will supposedly lose their insurance should have a choice to keep it. So just to address quickly, the 160 million people will lose their insurance. That's bullshit. That's a fear-mongering talking point. That's something that a lot of these corporate Democrats and centrists, neoliberal corporatists, they put out there to try and scare people into thinking that they're going to lose their insurance if they get Medicare for all. Now, in reality, it's the complete opposite, because when you get Medicare for all, you just get a better healthcare system. So it's not a matter of losing anything. If anything, you're just losing the possibility of getting screwed over by your insurance companies, which people are suffering with all the time, and getting premiums and copays and deductibles that are just up the wazoo and just fucking them over. And and talking about the whole choice thing is just ridiculous, because you're just basically saying, the choice of getting screwed over by those big insurance companies and big pharma. Yeah, we don't want that. That's not something regular people want. So Joe Biden talking about it like that, as Pete Buttigieg have done, and Amy Klobuchar has done, all these people, they're just they're just pushing out their ridiculously vapid talking points that they can't, that doesn't actually register with regular people. And then when it comes to when he claims that the insurance industry is just as much against Biden, so Biden says the insurance industry is just as much against his plan as they are against Bernie's plan, is complete bullshit. That is not based on any poll, study, nothing. Now, yes, of course they're going to be against Biden's plan to the extent that they don't want any kind of reform. They don't want any kind of thing that's going to take away the power of those insurance companies. But that doesn't mean they're more or just as scared as they are of that as they are of Medicare for all, which is a total, complete, not even reform. It's a complete just taking down of the insurance industry, which is a greedy, for-profit, rapacious, middleman that's screwing people over. Medicare for all completely abolishes those, because it keeps those companies away from basically ripping people off more than they already are. And so for Biden to claim that his healthcare plan is something that they're just as scared of as Medicare for all is absurd, and he's just pulling it out of his ass because he can't think of anything else to say. And if you could hear it, you could hear Bernie Sanders, kind of laughing and chuckling at that, because he knows that Biden's just making that up. He can't come up with anything better, so he has to just, make some shit up and say, oh yeah, they're just as scared of my plan as they are of yours. It's ridiculous. So after the debate, so this was during the debate, obviously. After the debate, Joe Biden actually took some really ridiculous cheap shots at Bernie Sanders. And there was an article from Common Dreams, written by Jake Johnson, who's a great progressive reporter, and he wrote this article, and the title of the article is for supporting Medicare for all, Biden accuses Sanders and Warren of, quote, playing Trump's game and trying to con the American people. And the subheadline says, Biden's attack comes as he is falling in the polls and being heavily outraised by his more progressive to the 2020 rivals, which he is by Bernie Sanders, who made, I think, $25.6 million, and Warren made $24.7 million, I think, from donors. let's see. So let me just read this article and have have an audio clip for you guys here, and then check that out. So the article starts off by saying, speaking to reporters during a campaign event in Ohio in Ohio on Wednesday, former Vice President Joe Biden accused Senator Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, his top two rivals for the for the 2020 Democratic presidential nomination, of quote playing Trump's game and trying to con the American people by supporting Medicare for all. And then it says, I mean, look, I don't want to pick on Elizabeth Warren, but this is ridiculous, Biden said. The idea that someone is going to be able to go out and spend what turns out to be, if you add on everything that's going to be free beyond Obamacare, beyond Medicare for all, which is going to come out to $3.4 trillion a year. I think that's from the debate. The clip we just played, or maybe he just repeated that in another interview. It seems to be sounds like the same thing. But anyway, it says Biden went on to falsely claim that the $3.4 trillion estimate, for which he did not provide a source, is quote bigger than the entire federal budget. Yeah, that doesn't sound accurate at all. It sounds like he just once again pulled it out of his ass. And it says the former vice president neglected to mention that the United States spent $3.65 trillion on healthcare in 2018, a number that is expected to rise rapidly over the next decade under the for-profit system Biden's public option plan would leave intact. It says Biden also took aim at Sanders, falsely stating that the senator and author of the 100-page Senate Medicare for All Act of 2019 hasn't explained how he would finance Medicare for all. So we're going to get to that in a second. So before that, let's play this clip of Joe Biden's, a short clip of him commenting on Bernie Sanders and his Medicare for All plan. So check this out, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
I was glad to see him. I really mean it. But Bernie doesn't play for half his plan. He's talking about, 7% on a FICA tax out of your paycheck, another 4%. It doesn't even get you there. And we have to, look, the last thing the Democrats should be doing is playing Trump's game. I'm trying to con the American people to think this is easy. There's nothing easy about it. If you're going to do it, tell us how you're going to do it. It's called truth in speaking. That's all it is. And if you notice, by the way, as I said before, I was really pleased. If you notice, they're all talking about the Biden plan without saying the Biden plan.
So, yeah, nobody is advocating for the Biden plan. I mean, nobody is going out there and saying, yeah, Joe Biden's plan is totally wonderful. Now, yes, there are candidates, obviously, that are saying, I support a public option, and I support, Pete Buttigieg talking about Medicare for all who want it, which is basically just a public option, but you just rename it Medicare for all who want it, and then you say, I want a public option, if you want to keep it or whatever, if you want it, whatever. So, so that's just a bunch of bullshit. And then talking about how Bernie doesn't explain how he's going to pay for it, and he's not going to do this, and the amount that he says he's going to pay for it, he's not going to cover it up, blah 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 blah. So it's just a bunch of talking points that he was told by his advisors, and like the article said, he didn't even cite where he got the figure that, we're supposedly paying this much amount of money for healthcare, and then this is not going to, this costs the entirety of the federal budget, but whatever he said. And it's just a bunch of, it's a bunch of talking points that his consultants and advisors feed to him and expect him to, just spit out there and just, make some sort of bullshit case about, for the health insurance industry, so that, he's obviously doing their bidding as usual. And then let me read the rest of the article here. It says, as the New York Times reported Wednesday, Biden is under particular pressure because Ms. Warren has passed him in some national and early state polls and joined him as a front-runner, a status he held alone for months. In response to Biden's attack, Warren's communications director, Kristen Orthman, told The Times that instead of speaking to wealthy donors, our campaign has spent the day calling and thanking over 1,000 of our grassroots supporters. Other than that, we have no comment. So, that's basically no comment, but adding that part about how they spent that time thanking our thousands of our grassroots supporters, that's just a play on like pretending as if, you know, Elizabeth Warren's entire, you know, campaign is totally grassroots and it's like not funded by, as if it's not funded at all and doesn't involve at all any kind of like big donors. When in reality, as we have covered, Elizabeth Warren is plenty in the pocket of big donors. Not only is she doing fundraisers for the Democratic Party, where they go and, you know, charge out thousands and thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars per plate, you know, for people to come to a, you know, fundraiser, to an event, and then, you know, just sucking up to a bunch of, you know, rich assholes, basically. And, you know, but not only that, so not only doing those fundraisers, but then she also has a guy named Paul Egerman, who was dubbed the Pac-Man or something, or personal Pac-Man, or big Pac-Man, or something like that. But basically, like, he was given this nickname because he was constantly contributing to a bunch of super PACs, to a bunch of Democratic super PACs, like I think a couple of like David Brock's organizations and stuff. I think Bridge. Not 21st century, that's something else. Bridge to something, and, you know, I don't know, a bunch of these stupid Democratic groups with lame, stupid names. So he was, you know, contributing a bunch of those, and then to a bunch of like Obama's PACs as well when he was president. So pro-Obama PACs, and so. You know, but that guy though, that Paul Egerman guy, who they call the Pac-Man, he's the current campaign finance chairman for Elizabeth Warren's campaign. So the campaign finance chairman, he handles all the different, you know, kind of all the finances, all the donations that are brought in. He handles that shit. So basically, you know, he's obviously spending a lot of his time, you know, dealing with this stuff and, you know, taking part in, you know, directly in her campaign. And he's probably telling her, yeah, it's perfectly wonderful to take all this money from big donors, you know, expensive donors, and, you know, obviously you're going to do their bidding because that's how it works. And then recently, Elizabeth Warren, she decried, you know, not decried, but she said she's not going to take the general election money in, you know, from like big donors. So she's not going to take corporate donors in the general election. When in reality, or I'm sorry, when initially she said that, oh, I'm not against unilateral disarmament. But then all of a sudden she decided to change because she got a bunch of political pressure. And by the way, she was going to take that money. She wasn't going to take that money in the primary. And then she said, no, I don't believe in unilateral disarmament. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to refused to take it in the general election because we got to beat Trump and blah, blah, blah. So she was showing herself to be very opportunistic. And she admitted this in multiple interviews. One was on MSNBC and another one was on The Young Turks with Cenk Uygur. And I've covered this multiple times on the podcast where she said that. And so she was being very opportunistic. Now she changed because she got political pressure. And there's been past times where she's done things and then she got political pressure and then she changed her mind. So this is it's not a kind of a one-off thing for Elizabeth Warren. So that's like it's really sneaky for her, you know, campaign people, or, you know, very convenient for campaign people to talk about how, oh, we just spent our time, you know, thanking our grassroots supporters. But then why don't you go and, why don't you also go and thank Paul Egerman, who's the campaign finance chair, you know, the head of your campaign finance, you know, campaign finance system, essentially your campaign finance apparatus. He's running that whole fucking thing. Why don't you go thank him too, while you're thanking a bunch of, I don't know, small dollar donors that gave you money. In reality, it's Bernie Sanders who's getting the money from the small dollar donors. He's not taking money from corporations. And he's getting money from teachers and construction workers and stuff, you know, Walmart workers, Amazon workers. Those are the people that are donating to Bernie because those are the people that believe in him. And then let's see, it continues on here and says Biden's remarks in Ohio on Wednesday came just hours after he joined South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg in launching a slew of misleading attacks on Medicare for All during Tuesday night's Democratic presidential debate. For people making $50,000 to $70,000 a year, their taxes are going to go up about $5,000 because the fact is they will pay more in new taxes, Biden said of Medicare for All, a statement that earned him a mostly false score from PolitiFact. By the way, PolitiFact is a super like centrist establishment type organization themselves, where they do this fact checking and then they're always giving every possible, you know, little bit of room to you know, not declare something, you know, false that, you know, the establishment says, and not to declare something true that the, you know, progressives say. So they're constantly trying to give, you know, a break to to the corporate Democrats and stuff. Brianna Joy Gray, Sanders' national press secretary, pushed back on the premise of Biden's attack on Twitter. Quoting her, it says, the average American family pays $20,000 in premiums, and Joe Biden is focused on $5,000 in taxes, said Gray. The math is clear. Americans shouldn't die because they are poor, period. Medicare for all. So, obviously, I mean, this attack from Joe Biden, multiple attacks from Joe Biden, launched against Bernie Sanders, obviously warranted a response from Bernie Sanders, and he did just so. Also, in another article from Common Dreams, he responds to Joe Biden and said, the title of the article says, "It is really sad. Sanders rips Biden for deploying insurance industry talking points against Medicare for all." And then let's just quote a couple of paragraphs here from the article. It says, "It is really sad that Joe Biden is using the talking points of the insurance industry to attack Medicare for all," said Sanders. "Joe must know that we currently spend twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of almost any other major countries, and that we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Under Medicare for all, funded in a progressive manner, all Americans will have comprehensive healthcare coverage as a guaranteed human right and with no premiums, co-payments, or out-of-pocket expenses. Ordinary Americans will be spending far less for that care than they currently pay," the Vermont senator added. The statement comes a day after Biden attacked Sanders and Senator Elizabeth Warren for quote, playing Trump's game by supporting Medicare for all. And that's the part where he said the whole con game of Donald Trump, whatever. So yeah, I mean, obviously Bernie Sanders is absolutely correct there, and he calls out Joe Biden on his bullshit, just completely putting out bullshit talking points, not making any goddamn sense, not putting any kind of truth in anything that he's saying, and it's really, it's truly embarrassing to see how desperate these politicians get, because at the end of the day, like whatever statement you make, whether it's in a debate, whether it's an interview, whether it's a conversation somewhere on TV or whatever it is, or even just like a random interview on the street, right? These things are going into the record, are going into in the back of people's minds. We remember what you're saying. So when you're going out there and you're putting out all this bullshit, you're playing into Trump's game and you're playing Trump's con game, like, ooh, how? And then he doesn't base it on anything. He just says, "Oh, well, because you're telling people that you're not going to pay for something." When Bernie Sanders has spoken very, very clearly and very, very, very much in length when there's speech, interview, whatever it is, debate, he's always talked about how he's going to pay for Medicare for all, and that's going to be from raising taxes. Now, if you want to take issue with the fact that Bernie Sanders wants to raise taxes, that's fine. That's your prerogative to disagree with that and say that's not a good idea. But at the end of the day, what does Bernie Sanders say? As he said here, and I covered it, and I've covered it multiple times before too. He says if you're going to pay those higher in taxes, you're going to be paying much, much less in co-payments, deductibles, and premiums, and just general medical bills where they're just charging fucking how much money, thousands and thousands of dollars, completely milking people of their money, of their finances, of their bank accounts, because they have to go and spend money on a cancer treatment, or they have to go and get some sort of life-saving surgery or something, whatever it is. It's Joe Biden is not. He is not an honest character. And this is actually a guy that, remember, this is not something I actually covered for my show. I didn't get around to covering it, but he actually used his deceased son. I forgot what his name was. Beau Biden? Yeah, Beau Biden. So not Hunter Biden, who's currently the son that's in the news about the whole Ukrainian kind of scandal and stuff. But Beau Biden, he died from, I believe it was cancer. And he actually did a ad. He did a political ad using his son's death to say, "Oh, this is why we shouldn't be doing Medicare for all." And now I didn't see the ad. I just heard about how it was, like, how he did that. But he used his son in that ad, And then, and I'm guessing he probably said the same exact things he said here. He says, "Oh yeah, everybody's health care is going to be taken away. You know, the people that talk about Medicare for all don't talk about how they're going to pay for it. Blah 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 blah. All the same fucking bullshit you've already heard." So Joe Biden he's a broken record. He's just going to repeat the same shit again and again and again. It's like not a Ferris wheel, but it's like a merry-go-round. Just go around and around and around and around. You're just going to keep saying the same fucking, talking points you're getting from your ridiculously, clueless bullshitting consultants and advisors who just tell you to toe the party line. And that's all Joe Biden does. And that's the only thing he knows how to do, because that's what he's been doing for his entire career. So recently, Bernie Sanders got some huge endorsements from progressive figures, two progressive politicians, as well as a progressive filmmaker. I think you may know who I'm talking about. I'll get into the details in a second. But he's definitely I would say certainly his biggest endorsement was from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And I'm going to read a really interesting and very heartwarming article, actually, from Politico, which is surprising considering how they usually cover Bernie Sanders and basically malign him for being a progressive and being against the establishment, because obviously Politico is against the establishment. And but I'm going to read this article for you guys, though, and it talks about how Bernie Sanders, when he got his heart attack and his went through that that terrible situation where he had chest pains and stuff, then he was taken to the hospital. I mean, honestly, a lot of people, even myself, I was kind of worried. I was like, Jesus Christ, what's this going to mean for his campaign? And a lot of people were scared. But then once we got, more of the news, we were like, okay, this isn't really that bad. When you look into the details of it, it's really not that bad, because he just, he had kind of an issue with his artery in his heart, and then he got 2 stents put in, and he's okay now. So he's even stronger than he was before, because leading up to the, kind of the point that he had that blocked artery, he was obviously dealing with the symptoms and dealing with the issues of it, which is why he was tired and having chest pains, and this was largely because he was just spending so much goddamn time campaigning all over the freaking country. So he got, he obviously had some health issues from that. Now, honestly, that could probably happen to anybody, but is anybody else going out there doing 3-4 events per day? No, that's what Bernie Sanders was doing. So the people that are going to be, basically pissing on his proverbial grave, essentially hoping that he goes into his fucking casket, essentially falls into a casket, they were basically trying to piss on his grave, because they wanted him to be out of the race. They couldn't stand him, and all the typical smear merchants out there that hate that he's a progressive, hate that he wants to change the landscape of the political system, let alone the Democratic Party. So let me get to this article here first before I talk about the endorsements. So the title of this article from Politico is "How Bernie Won a Prized Endorsement from His Hospital Bed." So it starts off here by saying Bernie Sanders found out he won one of the most prized endorsements in the Democratic Party on one of the worst days of his political career. As the 78-year-old Sanders laid in a hospital bed in Nevada after a heart attack with his presidential campaign in jeopardy, his campaign manager Faz Shakir received a call and passed his phone to the Vermont senator. It was Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She told Sanders she was coming aboard his campaign months before she was expected to issue an endorsement. And by the way, she had said in previous interviews, I think it was maybe a couple times, but when she was asked about who she was going to endorse, she said in one of the interviews with, I believe, Chuck Todd, she told him, please don't even ask me who I'm going to endorse until the New York primary happens, because the New York primary, I believe, is in March, April, something like that. And she said, don't even ask me until the primary comes about. But this is it was like 6 months before that. So it's, so I'm going to get into it, but she obviously felt very, very kind of inspired by Bernie Sanders to want to endorse him so early. So it left definitely earlier than expected. Quoting Faz Shakir here, it says, "Think about the courage of this person who says, I know what you just went through, but I have so much trust and confidence in you that you are the one who will fight the fight that I believe in. I'm with you." To hear that was like, wow. Ocasio-Cortez's move came after a months-long courtship that included meetings in Burlington, Vermont, late last month between her and Sanders. She was joined by another member of the so-called, quote, squad, Representative Ilhan Omar, who also informed Sanders of her endorsement on a phone call after his heart attack, according to a source familiar with her decision. A third squad member, Representative Rashida Tlaib, is expected to announce soon she is backing Sanders as well, though she said Wednesday she hasn't made an endorsement yet. Yeah, that came out as a little bit of a surprising news. I heard from a friend of mine after myself and many others had heard about, Tlaib, Omar, and AOC endorsing him. She actually informed me and messaged me and told me that Tlaib was actually withdrawing her support, or at least not supporting him yet. So that's exactly what it's saying here too. Ocasio-Cortez's support is a coup for the Vermont senator and a setback for his liberal rival, Elizabeth Warren. It came at an opportune time for Sanders, whose campaign was thrown into uncertainty after he was hospitalized for a heart attack early this month. Even before that, Sanders had been overtaken by Warren in early state and national polls. Sanders' aides and allies did not hide their excitement. Some of them burst into tears and embraced one another after news of the endorsements broke in a Washington Post report. Wow, it's clear the endorsements really meant a lot to them. Let's see. So it's quoting Waleed Shahid, who is the communications director for Justice Democrats, who helped basically bring AOC, Omar, Tlaib, and a couple of others into Congress. It says the man who's really been building the movement for a long time is hospitalized with a heart attack. At his age, no one thinks that's a good thing for the campaign. To have an endorsement right now is to continue to say this is a campaign that's important to progressives and the Democratic base. Sanders and Ocasio-Cortez will make their debut together on the campaign trail Saturday in New York City. Their rally is certain to draw comparisons to the large crowd that greeted Warren in the city's Washington Square Park last month. It probably won't be their last event. The teams are discussing more rallies across the primary states. We certainly hope that she will be campaigning throughout the fall with the senator, said Sanders Senior Advisor Jeff Weaver. By the way, yes, they ended up having an event in Washington. Was it Washington Square Park? No, I think it was in Queens. It was in Queens, I believe, and between 25,000 and 33,000 people showed up at the event for Bernie Sanders, where it was basically his Bernie's back. It was hashtag Bernie's back. And that was his reintroduction onto the campaign trail. And there was tons of people out there. It was amazing how many people had showed up. It was just crazy. And it just showed how much people were truly backing Bernie Sanders and, still behind him in this campaign. They, had no intention to leave his campaign or stop supporting him. So it was really, really inspiring to see. And, all Bernie's surrogates, obviously AOC was there. I believe Ilhan Omar was there as well. Nina Turner was there. Carmen Yulise, I forgot her full name. Carmen Yulise, I believe. She's the governor of Puerto Rico. She was also there too. So it was really big. So, and Michael Moore was there too, by the way. He's the other person that I referred to, the progressive filmmaker that endorsed him. So we'll be getting to that in a second. Let me just finish off this article here. But it says, asked about the endorsements of CNN following Tuesday night's debate, Warren said, "Look, I have greatest respect for all three of these women. I think they are terrific, and here's what I know for sure. When this primary is over, we are all going to be on the same side." Her campaign declined to further comment. Sanders' aides sensed that Ocasio-Cortez's endorsement was within reach after she traveled to Burlington in late September to talk with Sanders and his team about her priorities, especially the Green New Deal. It's not clear who proposed the meetup in Vermont, but Shakir scheduled an hour-plus brunch between Ocasio-Cortez and Sanders. Shakir joined them, as did Jane Sanders and an aide to the Congresswoman. "I remember when they sat and talked to each other, it just felt like people who just know each other and understand each other," Shakir said. "They have been to some degree within their own caucuses, whether it's the House caucus or the Senate caucus, made to feel that there are outsiders looking in. And I think they find a common bond in that we are in a struggle where even the establishment of the Democratic Party doesn't always appreciate how we are approaching these issues." Omar, meanwhile, told her fellow squad members that she had decided to endorse Sanders shortly after laying out her criteria for a candidate at the People's Presidential Forum in Iowa last month, according to the source familiar with her decision. She had been thinking about joining Sanders for some time, the person said, and talked with her allies about the importance of not following the polls, but instead endorsing a candidate based on the issues. Kudos. Thank God for somebody like that to do that. The hospitalization raised the stakes a lot emotionally and politically, said Alexandra Rojas, the executive director of Justice Democrats. They are all movement people, they are all organizers at heart, and they were inspired by what he started in 2016, she said of the members of Congress who endorsed Sanders. Warren's foreign policy, which is seen by some progressives as more hawkish than Sanders's, was a factor in Omar's decision to endorse him over the Massachusetts senator. In a video released Wednesday, Omar said Sanders is the only candidate that wants to make sure that we end our endless wars. I'm going to be playing the long version of that clip in a bit. So let me just read these last few paragraphs here. It says, Omar is planning to hit the trail for Sanders, and the senator is looking to do a future rally with Tlaib, whose district is in Michigan. Sanders announced Wednesday that he is joining Tlaib for a tour of her district later this month. Yeah, so I'm guessing Tlaib is probably going to endorse him then. He pulled off an upset victory in the state in the 2016 primary, in part because he won over huge swaths of Muslim voters. Wow, there you go. And I guarantee he'll win it again, by the way. Don't be surprised if he wins it again, for sure. Tlaib and Omar are the first Muslim women elected to Congress. By the way, Omar is from Minnesota, so neighboring state next to Michigan there. The lawmakers and Sanders are also in talks about doing promotional videos for him. Their support could potentially help Sanders shore up his support among young people who have long been a key part of his base, but which he has been bleeding somewhat to Warren's in some polls. Yeah, if that is the case, if you want to take the poll seriously, which I don't always take the poll seriously, but if you do, that's definitely something that you need to do if you want to, garner that support. The last paragraph here says the endorsements come as Sanders has begun drawing sharper contrasts with Warren. He has proposed plans for a wealth tax, student loans cancellation, and climate change that are far more far-reaching than hers. And in an interview last week, Sanders said Warren has said that she is a capitalist through her bones. I'm not. So I'm going to be getting to another segment about, I'm going to be pointing out kind of detailing and giving my take on that interview that Bernie Sanders did, talking about Warren being a capitalist. But let's play the clips here from AOC. AOC, Omar, and then Michael Moore. Let's go with AOC first here, and then check this out, and then we will discuss it on the other side.
This is not just about running for president. This is about creating a mass movement of working class people. The first time I ever heard about Bernie Sanders was when I was a waitress in a Greasy Spoon diner type of restaurant in downtown Manhattan. And I had been working 12-hour days. I didn't have health insurance. I was being paid less than a living wage. And I didn't think that I deserved any of those things. I thought that that's just how life was. The only reason that I thought running for office was even possible for me was because of his example, because he proved that you could run for office and not take big money, and you could run a grassroots campaign. And now that I'm on the other side in the halls of Congress, it astounds me that he has been able to withstand the intense amount of pressure there is here to conform, to stay quiet, and to compromise the lives of working people so that we can accommodate corporations and not the other way around. And when he talks about a political revolution, and when he talks about not me, us, those aren't slogans. This is not about me. This is not about Senator Sanders. This is about what we have to accomplish together. This is not about saying everyone should have health care with some asterisks, or that your student loan debt should be forgiven under certain conditions. This is about unconditional, universal, guaranteed, advanced standard of living in the United States of America. No ifs, no ands, no buts. No matter who you are, where you come from, what you're born into, we should have a society that guarantees 21st century economic human rights, that introduces democracy to the workplace, where people feel protected and safe at work, where they feel honored and dignified at home, and that every person has actual power in the United States of America. We need to have a revolution of working class people, and it needs to be multiracial, multi-gendered, multi-generational. Our future is not going to get better unless we demand it and unless we work for it. When you talk to Bernie, he doesn't talk about making a movement so that he can get elected. He talks about his campaign as part of a mass movement in America. And that's the kind of leadership that I think we need right now.
That's absolutely on point. What she said is perfectly true. It's perfectly, perfectly, in line with what everybody knows, what everybody thinks and knows about Bernie Sanders. We all know that he is not in this for his ego. We know that Bernie Sanders isn't going out there and he's like, oh my God, I am so desperate to become president so that I can rule the country. That's not who Bernie Sanders is. That's not what he's ever been. And this is somebody that wants to go and he wants to create a movement where he can mobilize people to get more involved in the political, not only the political process, but just kind of involved in the country and where the country is going, right? So making sure that, it's not just going to be, okay, Bernie Sanders is elected president, everything's going to be wonderful, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not about just electing somebody and then everything's going to be wonderful, because that's not true at all. And that's what a lot of people in the, hashtag the resistance are totally blind to. They think that, if we get rid of Donald Trump, everything is going to be hunky-dory. Everything is going to be wonderful. We're going to have puppies and rainbows and, all our problems are going to be fixed. All of our 8 wars that we're, in right now, and we're bombing, 8 different countries, they're going to be put to an end. Excuse me, child starvation is going to end, homelessness is going to end. No, that's not going to happen. Donald Trump is not the disease. He's the symptom, And the only way to truly not only kill, not to only put an end to that disease, not to put an end to that symptom, but also kill the disease, is to elect somebody like Bernie Sanders and then elect 400 other Bernie Sanderses to run the United States Congress, and then add another 100 on there with the Senate too. So you got to get as many Bernie Sanderses in there, in whether it's the presidency, whether it's Congress or whatever, obviously the vice president, whoever. Like in every branch of government, there needs to be as many progressive, leftist, populist, economic populists, that are out there that are pushing for policies that people can truly get behind. So instead of, just wanting to just get somebody elected, we need to actually go out there and push for somebody that is going to truly, change the system and make it better than it is right now, because it's not good right now. We're not going anywhere right now, whether it's under Trump, whether it was under Obama, whether it was Hillary Clinton president right now. Nothing was going to go anywhere unless we were going to have an actual political revolution, as she says there, because that's the only way we're going to get things done in this country. So the next clip is from Ilhan Omar, and this is where she's giving her take on why she's supporting Bernie Sanders. And then so check this out, and then obviously she goes into detail. So check this out, and then we'll talk about it on the other side too.
I am so proud to endorse Senator Bernie Sanders for president. Senator Bernie Sanders is the only candidate that has built a movement and continues to build a movement that transcends gender, ethnicity, religion, and we know that in order to take on Trump, we're going to need a unifier, someone who understands what the fight looks like, and someone who is ready to defeat him. I'm one of the people that was inspired by the movement that the senator has built. There was an America that I dreamed about. There's an America that most people believe in. It is an ideal. It's not reality yet. And he started the work of organizing for that America. And that has inspired me to get involved and run myself to help others also organize for that America. One of the amazing things I think about the senator is that he understands we have to find solutions to our greatest problems. We don't wait for what the poll numbers are on proposing a particular solution. The senator is the only candidate that is proposing a complete cancellation of student debt. The senator is the only candidate that is proposing to provide universal school meals. The senator is the only candidate that wants to make sure that we end our endless wars and will fight for human rights and hold everyone accountable regardless of whether they are an ally or a foe. The senator is someone who understands that our movement isn't just for few, it's for everyone. The senator is the only candidate that isn't about leaning a particular way, but being true to yourself and fighting for what you believe regardless of what the obstacles are. This is not just the fight for our lives, this is the fight for our democracy. This is the fight for a better future, one that we can all be proud of.
So the endorsement that AOC and Ilhan Omar, their endorsements, what they represent is the fact that Bernie Sanders does not, contrary to what the media, Bernie haters and stuff put out there, he is not just endorsed by people that are Bernie bros, white men, all that stuff. No, Bernie Sanders is endorsed by by all kinds of people. That he's got multiracial, gender type of people out there. He's got LGBT people out there, LGBTQ people out there that support him. So it's not just a bunch of Bernie bros and white men that support him. That is not even true. That is not close to true. So that's what Ilhan Omar represents. That's what AOC represents. So, and at the end of the day, it's, but putting aside that's one facet of it. Putting aside that, these are two people that are progressives. They push for policies that the people actually want to support and push, want their representatives to push out there. And they're advocating for those policies, and they see Bernie Sanders advocating for those, and they want to advocate for them too. So that's why they support Bernie Sanders. So it doesn't have anything to do with, this person is he's a big fundraiser, or he's, which Bernie is, but that's not the reason. But he's a big fundraiser, or he's high in the polls. No, you're supporting somebody because they are the person that you most closely align with politically. And, people were attacking, they're not necessarily attacking, but they were like in disbelief, like, oh my God, I can't believe AOC would endorse Bernie Sanders. It makes no sense. I don't even get it. I really like her, but I don't get why she would do this. And they were like, why wouldn't she support Elizabeth Warren? She's so much higher in the polls. Now, that's not really true. She's not that much higher in the polls. She's only maybe at the most, depending on which poll you look at, but on average, she's at most maybe less than 5 points ahead if you just average out all the different polls. And usually I like to take the state polls most seriously, not national polls. I don't think national polls mean anything because at the end of the day, national polls, I just don't consider them very accurate. Now, if you want to go based on poll by poll from states, specific states, that to me is much more reliable because you're actually going to be taking part in, specific, state primaries. So that's much more relevant. But yeah, so these endorsements, aside from the whole identity politics angle, you're still getting endorsed by people that agree with you politically. I wouldn't want people supporting Bernie Sanders just for the sake of proving that he's not, he doesn't have just support from a bunch of white guys, which he doesn't anyway. But I'm saying that shouldn't be the purpose. The purpose should be policy. The policy is always the most important thing. So, and that takes me on to this last endorsement, and this one is from Michael Moore. So, as I said, Michael Moore, he appeared at the rally in Queens yesterday, which was the big one with 25,000 or 33,000 people. And then he gave us kind of his own rousing speech there. But this is him on MSNBC basically giving his take and what he's going to do. So and this is in a conversation with MSNBC's Ari Melber. So check this out, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
We are back with Oscar-winning documentary filmmaker Michael Moore to cover a couple things as promised. And Michael, We've talked about Trump. A lot of people interested in this next campaign. Have you decided who you're backing in the Democratic primary?
Yes, I've decided, and I'm going to show up publicly tomorrow at the Bernie is Back rally near the Queensboro Bridge here in New York.
You're endorsing Bernie
And
Sanders.
I'm endorsing Bernie Sanders, yes.
Let me put the question like this, because people who know you well
Yes.
know your politics.
Yes.
I don't think you were looking equally at everyone in the field. But briefly, why Bernie Sanders over Elizabeth Warren? Because they both speak to issues you've worked on.
Well, first of all, I endorsed Bernie 30 years ago when he first ran for Congress. I went up to Burlington, Vermont, appeared at a rally. You know, it was the first time he ran. I was probably as good as I could get. You know, I mean, it was just a few months after my first film, and I flew up there, and he basically had three, endorsers of like some note. Two guys that made ice cream for a living, Ben and Jerry, and as I said at the time, and one guy who ate ice cream, me. So it was the three of us.
But why not
endorsing
Warren?
Bernie. Well, listen, I love Elizabeth Warren. Frankly, I believe the first person that ever put her in front of a camera. She's been in two of my movies. I first met her back around 2005. And thought that this woman needs to be running this country. I thought that way.
But
back
not
then.
now.
Well, I think. Listen, there's a lot of people. It's like people are for Elizabeth. People are for Bernie. Why me for Bernie? Because Bernie understands that capitalism and the greedy form of capitalism, especially that we have now, is at the core of so many of the problems that we're talking about. And he's not afraid to come out and just say that's the problem.
And you think he's in a position to win the nomination and beat President Trump?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was the Emerson poll in Iowa yesterday showed a head-to-head with Bernie, Biden, and Elizabeth. Only one of them came out ahead of Trump, and that was Bernie Sanders.
Got it. Well, look,
so he's absolutely can win this.
I appreciate you breaking this news on the beat. I'm only retaking the mic to get to the other thing that's so important.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, that's that was a great reasoning for what what Michael Moore said for why he's supporting Bernie Sanders over Elizabeth Warren. So that's, I mean, honestly, like a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters, and this is something we're going to be getting into more details, with Bernie himself. But a lot of things that people have been hoping for Bernie to detail is the fact that capitalism, the system of capitalism, is currently responsible for destroying what are, not only destroying our democracy, but destroying just the country as a whole, and just like suppressing more people, financially and just in their regular lives. The whole existence of capitalism is to make more and more profit. Now, if you want to go out there and say, I've spoken about this at not like very, not at much length, but when it comes to the whole idea of having a more kind of reformist type of capitalist system, like that's something. Like that means like that's a nice step forward, but that might not be enough. And there was something that somebody said before. I don't exactly know what they were saying. It was something I read on Twitter, but somebody was talking about, they sent out a tweet about capitalism. They were saying this is why, capitalism is a good thing. And they were basically saying is that when you give the opportunity for capitalism to exist in our economic system, you give that opportunity for people to continue getting screwed over by the system. But even if you were to go and reform it, so let's say, I don't know, Elizabeth Warren becomes president, Elizabeth Warren reforms the system, the next Republican that comes in is going to be able to completely deregulate the system and make it even, just bring it back to what it was before, and then it would just be the same old system again. Whereas if you push for a somewhat post-capitalistic, social democratic system, if not even further than that, if anything like a socialized system, at least in that regard, it's going to be a lot tougher if whatever next, because there's obviously going to be another Republican in office, let alone a Democrat who's going to overturn any kind of system, or deregulate or unreform any kind of system that the last person put in. So, but that's what I'm saying. If you just reform it a little bit and you make some kind of minor tweaks around the edges, it's not going to be enough, because that next president that gets into office who's much more right wing is going to be able to change it, because he's going to be able to change it much more easily. So that's basically what this person was saying in their tweet. Whereas if you just completely push for a total left-wing system like they have in Scandinavia and Europe and all that stuff, if you push for more of those kind of systems economically, you're going to be able to convince people that, oh wow, look how great this system is, and then the person that that gets into office next isn't going to be able to push for that more right-wing capitalist free market type system. So I think that was a very good analysis by this person. I wish I could give them credit if I could. If I end up finding the tweet, I'll post it in the in the description box below. But I think that was the best argument that really convinced me to support the idea of a post-capitalist system. And I follow a lot of people on social media and Twitter and stuff that are just completely anti-capitalism. They're just far left, Marxist, some communist, socialists, all that stuff. So, and I respect their opinions. And my belief system is that if we can have candidates that push for a system like that, maybe at the worst we can get a system that is like the social democratic, slightly post-capitalist, or just kind of like reformed capitalist system. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the whole idea of trying to push for something as far left as possible, so that middle ground can be much more to the left. Because right now the spectrum is so over to the right, it's like the chance of getting anything that's lefty or liberal, not even liberal, but lefty or progressive, it's so hard. And that's why Bernie Sanders is seen as an international centrist. And because everybody in all these other European countries and Scandinavian countries, they're so far to the left compared to here that everything to them that is even slightly left is like, no, you're a right-winger. You're a conservative, essentially. So, but anyway, I'm so happy to see, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Michael Moore, all these people endorsing her. Hopefully Rashida Tlaib does as well. And, we're gonna see what happens with the further endorsements, because Bernie Sanders was saying, or his campaign was saying, expect much more progressive endorsements. We'll see who that's going to be. It's going to be very interesting to see who some of these people, especially the people that have backed candidates that aren't doing very well, like Pete Buttigieg and Beto O'Rourke and Kamala Harris and stuff. It's going to be interesting to see if those people are going to, who those people are going to jump ship to. So, or if not, those people, a lot of them are probably going to wait until the primary is over, or like a winner is like very clear and everything. So, because they're obviously honestly just political cowards, and they just want to just go based on the polls, as Ilhan Omar said. She doesn't want to do. She wants to go with the person that she's the most closely ideologically aligned with. So those, AOC, Omar, and Michael Moore are very, very brave in their stance to take those positions that they did. And the reasons that they gave her why they supported Bernie Sanders is exactly why the rest of us support Bernie Sanders. And that's why what they say speaks to progressives and leftists like myself and all the people that I am aligned with as well. Recently, Bernie Sanders did an interview with ABC's This Week, and they discussed a myriad of things, everything from his health issue, health scare, whatever, and just general stuff happening on the campaign trail. But there was one specific issue that was broached, and that was the differences between Bernie Sanders himself and his rival and friend Elizabeth Warren. So he answered some questions that was asked of the interviewer here, and then I found them very interesting, and a lot of other people also found that very interesting. So I want to play that for you guys here, so we can discuss it. So check out this clip, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
So let me ask you. You and Elizabeth Warren have pretty close to identical positions on the big issues. What do you say to those who say that they would pick her because she's 8 years younger than you? She didn't just come through this, didn't just have a heart attack. And look, in the positions, you're pretty much the same.
Well, look, every American is going to make his or her own choice about the candidate that they want. And Elizabeth Warren has been a friend of mine for some 25 years.
And I think she is a very, very good senator. But there are differences between Elizabeth and myself. Elizabeth, I think, as you know, has said that she is a capitalist through her bones. I'm not. I think the situation today that we face in this country of the greed and the corruption that is existing in Washington, that is existing at the corporate elite level, where you have massive amounts of price fixing going on in the drug companies, where we're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people, where we have right now, as we speak, in the fossil fuel industry, you got companies making billions of dollars a year in profit, doing what? Oh, by the way, they're destroying the planet, all right? And I think business as usual and doing it the old-fashioned way is not good enough. It's not regulation now. What we need is, in fact, I don't want to get people too nervous, we need a political revolution. I am, I believe, the only candidate who's going to say to the ruling class of this country, the corporate elite, enough with your greed and with your corruption. We need real change in this country.
So you don't think that's what Elizabeth Warren is
saying?
Well,
look, Elizabeth is a friend of mine. She will speak for herself. I've just told you what I view.
But you've said there are differences, and you
just
mentioned a label.
Well, it's not a label. I mean, Elizabeth considers herself, if I got the quote correctly, to be a capitalist to her bones. I don't. And the reason I am not is because I will not tolerate for 1 second the kind of greed and corruption and income and wealth inequality and so much suffering that is going on in this country today, which is unnecessary.
She's built her campaign about having a plan for everything, but she hasn't put out a health care plan yet.
Again, Elizabeth is a friend of mine. Talk to her. I have put out a health care plan. It's called Medicare for All. We're going to tell the insurance companies and the drug companies that we will not continue this current dysfunctional and cruel system.
So that was, in my opinion, that was perfect. Bernie Sanders didn't stray away from stating the obvious. He wasn't lying. He didn't smear. He didn't have to make anything up. That was just straight up just saying, this is the differences. This is the differences between myself and my friend Elizabeth Warren. And she does call herself a capitalist to her bones. That's absolutely true. So let's get into a little bit of the specifics here. So Jonathan Karl, the interviewer, he says that a lot of people seem to believe that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren have, quote, pretty close to identical positions on big issues. And some would say they would choose her because she is younger and healthier than him. Now, those people that think like that, honestly, I mean, first of all, they do not have identical positions. All she does is grift off of his ideas, say that I support getting rid of X amount of student loan debt, whereas hers turns out to be like 600 or 700 billion. Bernie Sanders is 1.6 trillion. So there's a big difference there. And then when you ask her about Medicare for All, do you support Medicare for All? Oh, I support different paths to Medicare for All. Okay, that's a problem because you're not doing what you don't truly believe in the system, in the fact that the system, the healthcare system specifically, and as we said in the last segment, the capitalist system screwing people over when it comes to healthcare. And the only thing that can nip that in the bud and put an end to that capitalist system screwing people over is Medicare for All, single payer type system. That's what it is. That's what you need. Otherwise, you're just going to keep perpetuating the system that's going to keep, bankrupting people from, in their medical bills. So, and that's just not what people can deal with any longer. We just can't deal with that kind of shit. So they do not have identical positions. That's ridiculous. She doesn't even believe in canceling medical debt. She doesn't, she doesn't want to end all the wars. She's in the past, she's had, she's kind of advocated for, I think it was, which company was it? Raytheon, I believe. Raytheon wanted to get like certain military industrial complex deals and stuff. They wanted to, negotiate to obviously get bigger defense contracting deals with the government, and she fought on behalf of Raytheon because Raytheon existed in her state of Massachusetts, in her home state of Massachusetts, where she's the senator. And this was a story from 2015. I think I may have talked about it before. I didn't quite know the details back then, and then I researched it and I figured out a little bit more. I can post the link for you guys in the description box if you guys are interested. But that's the problem, because that's not something Bernie Sanders has done. Now, that doesn't mean that Bernie Sanders is perfect when it comes to foreign policy. But when it comes to foreign policy, comparing the two on foreign policy, Bernie Sanders is a hell of a lot better on that. A hell of a lot better than her. And I mean, that's noticeable to anybody. That's noticeable to anybody in the naked eye. From the naked eye. So Bernie also mentions how she calls herself, talks about how she's a capitalist, quote, capitalist to her bones. And he does not describe himself that way. Now, again, in the last segment, I was talking about how a capitalist system is, not something that, it's something that I've kind of realized is not, it's not obviously a good system. Now, I never really thought it was a good system until, I don't know. I think the more I was obviously getting into the prospect of supporting Bernie Sanders for president and learning more about what he's talking about. And that's not to say that I never supported Bernie Sanders. I've known about Bernie Sanders since at least 2010, if not earlier. Yeah, probably earlier than that. But as far as when it comes to the specifics of like economic issues and kind of getting a grasp on the details of what's happening regarding our system compared to other systems all over all over the world, I recently started to understand how truly bad capitalism was when it comes to like looking into the specific details of it. And that's reading the opinions of Marxists and communists and socialists and all that stuff. So. And those are the best critics of capitalism that you can find for sure. But yeah, so like Bernie Sanders doesn't describe himself that way. He calls himself a democratic socialist. Now Kyle Kulinski from Secular Talk believes that Bernie Sanders, even though he calls himself a democratic socialist, considers himself as more of a social democrat. Now that's Kyle's interpretation. That's the way he sees it. Now I don't think that's. I mean, if Bernie Sanders is an idiot, he knows what a social democratic system is. He knows what a democratic social system is. So if he calls himself a democratic socialist, I'm willing to believe him at his word. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I think labels are kind of pointless. I care about the policies. The labels, for the most part, really don't mean anything. I just care about what the policies are. And Bernie Sanders' policies are, yeah, they're progressive. They're leftist, And those are, and they're things that the American people want. They're populist, economic populist. That's what he is. FDR style type politician when it comes to economics. So when it comes to let's see the next part here. It says. So he explains how greed and corruption that exists in Washington and at the corporate elite level, where price fixing takes place among the drug companies, that's a big deal. And that's absolutely true. Anybody who's listened to Bernie Sanders, anybody who's looked into kind of the corruption and the greed that exists in our system knows all these things that exist, whether it's the big farm, whether it's the big insurance companies, big pharma, Wall Street, all that stuff. Greed is just at a ridiculous level right now. And the pay of CEOs compared to the pay of the workers is just like ridiculous amounts. It's total income inequality. This is something Bernie Sanders has been talking about forever and getting into, really honing in on and getting to the meat of it. And that's why he gets the support of all these progressives out there, let alone the people that I was, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Michael Moore, let alone everybody else out there. That's why he's getting their support, because he's truly tackling the issues that people care about and know that are serious issues, critical issues. He also talks about how fossil fuel companies are making billions of dollars in profit, where they also take part in destroying the planet. I mean, anybody who knows anything about climate change, anybody who knows anything about, let alone just the corporate elite and the corruption of the system, putting aside that even, but just the whole existence of fracking and oil drilling, all that stuff, whether it's fracking in the Arctic, whether it's fracking in, different parts of the other parts of the world, in this, obviously in the United States, Canada, when it comes to the different pipelines and stuff, so the Keystone XL pipeline and stuff, and all that stuff, these are things that are destroying our planet. The pollution of greenhouse gases from, the oil companies out there, putting emissions into the air, CO2s and everything. completely destroying our planet. That's even worse than what's happening regarding the power of the corporate elite who are obviously screwing everybody over, but they're also killing us too. So that's even a bigger issue. So when it comes to the actual health and wellness of regular people out there, they don't give a shit. Bernie Sanders and progressives like him, that are in office and that are in government, those are the only people that truly care. Bernie also points out how he doesn't believe in doing business as usual, and doing it the old-fashioned way is definitely not good enough, and talks about how we need more than regulation, but a political revolution. Again, this is one of those things that, for somebody that truly didn't understand the specific, the intricacies of the corrupt capitalist system, the greedy capitalist system, the for-profit capitalist system, in my mind, I figured, oh, well, we just need to put more regulations. But at the end of the day, regulations are only going to take you so far. You need to have a political revolution that is going to blow up the system, but it's not going to blow up the system like in the way Donald Trump wants to do it. Donald Trump blew up, is the type that wants to blow up the system, but he's not an economic populist. He portrays himself that way. This is another thing that Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk has talked about a lot too. He talks about how I totally care about the regular people. I care about, all the people that are getting screwed over by, the terrible Democrats and stuff. In reality, the Republicans and the Democrats are taking part in screwing us over. So it's not just Democrats. Republicans are just as, if not more, if certainly more corrupt than the Democratic Party. But they're both in cahoots. So it's like, the Republicans are 100% bought by the corporate elites, whereas Democrats are like 80 to 90%, right? So and it's only gotten worse. You ask people 20 years ago, it wasn't that bad. It's terrible now. Democrats are totally in the back pocket of the corporate elites and the cocktail. They're kind of hanging out with everybody on the cocktail circuit and just being all chummy with them and stuff, cozying up with those assholes, those rich elitist assholes. So yeah, it's and this is something that Bernie Sanders wants to put an end to, and the Democrats out there, those Democratic corporate Democrats, they can't stand it because they don't want to have their taxes jacked up, because they want to keep living their elitist lifestyles and being rich and not God forbid forking over a little bit amount of money to pay their to pay their due, what they should be paying for people that are suffering. And Bernie also says that he's the only candidate running for president who will tell the corporate elite that we have had enough of your greed and corruption, and will put an end to it. So, that's just a piggybacking on what I already said. He's going to put an end to that. He's going to blow up the system. He's going to make sure these people understand that he is going to take them to the fucking cleaners. He is not going to let them get away with their greed. He is not going to let them get away with their corruption. And he's going to make them shake in their boots, and that's why they do not want Bernie Sanders as president. Now, when it comes to Elizabeth Warren, as I've talked about before on past podcasts, this is something that Elizabeth Warren, or people that thought about, this is what they thought about Elizabeth Warren, but not so much anymore, because she's cozying up with a lot of these CEOs of big national banks like Jamie Dimon, who's the head of JP Morgan Chase, and a couple of other people. And you can't trust Elizabeth Warren, because you don't know if she's going one way or another. You don't know if she's going left or right. Literally, you don't know if she's going to the left or the right. 1 second she's going one way, next second she's going another day. I talked about that when it came to the fact that 1 second she says, "Oh, I don't believe in unilateral disarmament in the general election. I believe in taking big money from donors, from all kinds of donors. It doesn't matter." But then all of a sudden she got the political pressure, and now she's not doing it anymore. That doesn't mean that she's doing a great thing, because her mindset is still that we can take money from the corporate elite, but she's not taking it. But she still supports the party taking it. And when the general election happens, the party is going to be spending money on ads and different whatever, political ads and different resources and stuff to help get her elected if she's president, which I hope she's not. But if she's elected, they're going to be using that for her, and the party is going to be mobilizing for her, using that corporate money that they make from all those fundraisers that I was talking about before. All that fundraiser money, they're going to use that for her if she's president, or whatever candidate's money. Hopefully Bernie Sanders. If Bernie Sanders is the candidate, the nominee, they're not going to be using that for him. He doesn't need that. All he needs is the people. He needs the grassroots movement. He doesn't need a bunch of the $1 million, the millions of dollars from the corporate donors and stuff. So after Bernie Sanders got pushed back from Jonathan Karl, the interviewer, Bernie reiterates Warren calling herself a capitalist to her bones, and the reason he's not is because he won't tolerate the greed and corruption and income and wealth inequality along with so much suffering that's going on in the country. So yeah, that speaks for itself. He's going to keep getting pushback from this corporate mainstream media about how he wants to change the system, and these people can't stand that he wants to do that, and they're going to keep kind of poking and prodding him and making sure that he keeps repeating that, so that it hurts his chances in the primary, let alone the general election. What they do not know, what these mainstream media elites do not know, is that Bernie Sanders has so much support among the grassroots that the more they smear him and the more they put out his message of taking on the corporate elite, the more popular he becomes. They don't realize that, though. And they did the same exact thing with Donald Trump. When they were attacking Donald Trump in 2016, granted, a lot of the attacks against him were warranted because they were just kind of putting out whatever things that he was saying, essentially. But when it came to just like obsessing over Donald Trump and just attacking him for like his mean tweets and like cursing and shit like that, like they didn't realize that they were making him look better. And that's exactly what they're doing with Bernie Sanders. Now, in this case, in 2020 compared to 2016, right now they're actually kind of ignoring him more. Because what they're doing right now in 2020 is they're focusing more on Elizabeth Warren, because they think, oh well, Elizabeth Warren is just like Bernie Sanders. So now they've created this narrative of trying to portray Bernie Sanders as the same as Elizabeth Warren. So apparently, they in their mind. Well, not apparently. They know in their mind that Bernie Sanders is more far to the left, but they're trying to say that Elizabeth Warren is just as far to the left, but she's a little bit more palatable because she doesn't yell and she's not angry, and she sounds really, really nice, and she's got a nice calming voice and uses flowery rhetoric. Bernie Sanders does not do that, and the corporate elites, the MSM hacks, they want to put that message out there. They want to throw that fig leaf out there and get people to notice, like, oh yeah, that's true. Elizabeth Warren sounds much nicer and much more professorial, and the way she explains things are really, really nice, and she doesn't sound angry. That's basically what it is. And then finally, Jonathan Karl says that while Warren says she has a plan for everything, she doesn't have a plan for healthcare, while Bernie says he does, and it's Medicare for all. This question, however, contradicts the whole premise that Bernie and Warren have the same policy beliefs. So what happened? If you're constantly talking about how Elizabeth Warren is so much like Bernie Sanders, what happened to the fact that even this guy, who he said it himself, he says, "Oh, you guys are so similar. You're pretty close." He said, "quote, pretty close to identical positions on big issues." What happened? So you just admitted that he doesn't have the same that her position on Medicare for all is not the same as his. And I guarantee you, she's putting out a position on. She's going to be putting out a position on her healthcare plan soon. Guarantee you, it's not going to be Medicare for all. No way. She's going to be putting out some sort of like milquetoast version of it, and I'm going to make sure to cover that for you guys too. But she's going to put out some milquetoast version of it that's not going to be even close to what he has been pushing for, guaranteed. But yeah, this totally contradicts the whole premise from the media types who talk about how they're the same. Because as I've explained, he's pushing for He's pushing for a Medicare for all system. She's talking about, different paths, quote unquote, different paths. And then, he's pushing to get rid of $1.6 trillion of medical debt. Student debt. She says she's in favor of 600 or 800 billion. That's not enough. That's not even close to enough. And, he's the only one that wants to wipe out all medical debt. She does not want to wipe out medical debt. So that's a problem, bro. That's not the same thing. Elizabeth Warren is not a progressive. So let's put an end to that notion, please, because it's bullshit. And anybody that says that either is ignorant or doesn't, or is just lying on behalf of Elizabeth Warren just so they can portray her as lefty and leftist when she's not. So just a couple more details on Elizabeth Warren. As I said before, she believes in capitalism and wants to regulate the markets so as to better compete, so those markets can better compete with one another. So if you've studied economics, you've studied, the different types of economic systems out there, that's a pretty, kind of rudimentary, elementary explanation of how the capitalist system works. It's just different markets competing against each other. That's what she wants. She believes in competition. You ask her supporters, they say, I believe in competition, I believe in markets. So they clearly don't believe in any kind of socialized system, and that's fine. That's their thing. They can believe in that. But don't tell me that that's a better system than the system that is going to put an end to the corruption. Because like I said before, you regulate capitalism, that's not going to be enough. You need to go a hell of a lot further than just regulating something. You want to put, it's almost like putting handcuffs on a person behind their back or even in front of them and, just giving them the key or just not giving them the key. In general, just giving that person the opportunity to just be able to have just as much, ability to do what they can do, but not as much. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole idea of regulation. So yeah, just put the person in their handcuffs, just put it to them in the front, and then they can just still do what they want to do. They can still do what they want to do. They just can't do it as much. That's not a good system. Sorry. So when it comes to Elizabeth Warren, her wealth tax only wants to tax people 2% after their first $50 million. And then she claims that this will fund all kinds of the social programs that she's advocating for. 2% over $50 million. Now, for those of you guys who do not know what that means that every dollar above $50 million, she's going to take 2 cents of that. So what does that mean? That means that all the people that are making $49 million, $50 million and below, essentially, $49.9 million and below, those people are all going to be able to keep their millions. They're going to keep, they're going to stay rich. They're going to stay wealthy. They're going to keep making fucking dough. They're not going to be going even close to going broke, Now, I'm not saying that, obviously, that you, it's bad that, you obviously, it's good that she is taxing people at some point. But as I've said in past podcasts, I believe I said it last time, she should be, if you're truly pushing for something like a wealth tax, you need to be putting it for wealth that's over 10 million. I'm sorry, after 10 million, not 50 million. Bernie Sanders is after 32 million. So even Bernie Sanders' plan is not good. And his is 32 million after 1. So 1% after 30. So 1% wealth tax on people after the first 32 million. That's not enough. It needs to be a hell of a lot more than that, And I don't know, I was hoping Bernie Sanders would be a lot better on this when it comes to the wealth tax, but unfortunately he's not too great on it either. So that's something that he definitely needs to fix, and progressives like myself and others have to definitely call him out for sure. So, as I said before, Elizabeth Warren has not fully embraced Medicare for all. She's talked about, she's talked about different paths, and even though she says she supports it, she's talked about the whole different paths thing, and there's different ways that we can get to it, blah 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 blah. So yeah, she's a total waffler when it comes to these kind of things. She can never stick to one thing. She always wants to do what's politically convenient but in the meantime, she also puts forth the rhetoric that is just it's progressive sounding, and it's progressive in its flowery rhetoric, but it's not actually progressive. So yeah, I just don't trust her when it comes to Medicare for all. That's probably one of the worst issues, because she pretends to be progressive when she's not even remotely progressive. So she is also advocating, and I think this is a plan. Yeah, this is a plan that recently came out. I think it was the Capitalism Accountability Act or something. It was some sort of bill she proposed in the Senate, and then she's going to probably use this as her policy. If she, as her, essentially her idea for cracking down on corporate capitalism, corrupt capitalism. So she is advocating to hold capitalism, quote, accountable by requiring workers to elect 40% of people on their board, restricting stock sales of board and company executives, and requiring 75% of executives and shareholders approval for political expenditures. So first of all, the 40% of people on the board to be workers, that's not enough. That needs to be 90. not even 90. Well, not even 90. But I would say, if you want, I would say somewhere 90 is the highest. I would say like more like 50. Like 40% is not enough. That's like a milk toast, centrist number right there. That needs to be a hell of a lot higher. So honestly, I wouldn't. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind if it would be 90%. 90% would be actually better, because at least with 90%, you're representing the workers. And then, so and at lowest 50%, because at least with 50, if it's 50%, then it's like, it's half the people. So it's 50-50. But it should be at least 90% when it comes to the people that are on the board, because those are the people that are working for the company. They're the ones who are making the company profit. Those are the people that are making the company what they are, and you're not even putting them on the board. That's ridiculous. So you just stack them a bunch of full of executives, fucking, elitist assholes who are just making decisions that are continuing to give the workers lesser pay and not allowing them to be part of a union and stuff like that. That's fucked up, man. I don't know how these people think that that's the solution. Elizabeth Warren is just totally clueless. She's got her head up her ass on this one. So, and then restricting the stock sales of board and company executives. So how are you going to do that? Restricting stock sales? So what do you what does that even mean? So it's such a vague term, kind of term, or kind of idea. It's like you're not even I don't know what the details of that are, but how are you going to restrict their stock sales? I don't know. That's who knows. Maybe that's just, from what I can see, that's probably one of the less shitty ones, because I don't know the details of it. And the last one is requiring 75% of executives and shareholders approval for political expenditures. So when it comes to giving money to different politicians, it says restricting stock sales. I'm sorry, I read that one already. Requiring 75% of executives and shareholders approval. 75%. Okay, so how about just not? How about just not letting them, letting the executives and shareholders to give political expenditures? How about these, these CEOs and corporate executives? How about they not be allowed to corrupt our system with their big money? But with Elizabeth Warren, she wants to get 75% approval from these people, from those executives and shareholders. So but that's the thing. She's pushing for these things that are just. It's like this. Everything is a compromise. Everything is a compromise position. You're not holding their boot. You're not holding the boot on their neck. You're just letting them constantly just chip away at, still screwing people over, but just not as much. Just the same analogy that I used about the handcuffs. You put the handcuffs on them, and you don't let them go that far, but just far enough that's going to be, that'll still give them some form of power. That's not fair. And I can't support that. So, again, she's just giving these ridiculous policy ideas that no decent person can support. So, and finally, she also wants to tax excessive lobbying, quote unquote, instead of completely putting an end to lobbying, which would massively affect our political system. So instead of just putting an end to lobbying, where these corporate lobbyists and people, go out and try and get politicians to sell out, she wants to tax lobbying. So if if there's a lobbyist that goes out there and tries to round up a bunch of politicians to do what they want, she wants to tax those people. So why can't you just get rid of them? See, I don't get that. Again, she just doesn't get it. She's she's doing all this stuff that is just not going far enough. She definitely thinks she's going far enough. Guaranteed. She thinks oh yeah, these are totally wonderful ideas. But again, just like Joe Biden, she's getting ideas from her clueless advisors and consultants to do these, half-measure type things, which she's done on Medicare for All, just as I explained, with the whole different paths thing. And I'm going to be getting into a detail regarding her Medicare for All position too. But yeah, she's not. Everything is a half measure with Elizabeth Warren. She should be called Half Measure Liz, because that's what she pushes for. Everything is half measure. Just push for the ultimate thing instead of trying to cater to the corporate elites out there. Bernie Sanders is not going to do that. Bernie Sanders is not, Bernie Sanders is punching everybody in the throat. He's not, he's not going to be playing patty cakes with them, And Elizabeth Warren, with her flowery rhetoric and nice, soft, sing-songy voice, she wants to, in her folksy personality, she wants to go out there and just play patty cakes with everybody. And Bernie Sanders is not like that, which is exactly why, nobody is trying to quell the fear that the corporate executives have of Bernie Sanders. They're trying to do that with Elizabeth Warren, as I covered with Jim Cramer from CNBC. Jim Cramer for CNBC says, I need to make everybody think that, Elizabeth Warren isn't really that bad. When in reality, Elizabeth Warren isn't that bad. So a CNBC host, CNBC is the network that basically does the, kind of stands up for the Wall Street, the Wall Street crowd and the, big bank executives out there, corporate executives. And he's the guy that says he's fawning over Elizabeth Warren and saying how she's a wonderful woman. And she's not, basically saying that she's not going to be doing anything to threaten the system. And I want to make sure that everybody thinks, nice things about her. Okay, well, thanks a lot, bro. That's not going to help out the, rest of the country. It's just going to help out your corporate elite friends on Wall Street. And that's not what we need. We need Bernie Sanders. Elizabeth Warren is not doing it, is not enough for majority of Americans out there. They may think she is, and they may think she's as liberal or progressive as Bernie, but she's not. And the more people find out about her, the more she's going to be exposed for who she truly is. So in the past debate that happened on Tuesday this past week, Elizabeth Warren was put on the spot for her Medicare for All position. And it was very interesting to see that after the debate, it was a little bit of a twist. So let me just get to her exchange with Pete Buttigieg here, who calls her out. And he had been calling her out on past TV shows. He was going on CNN and a bunch of other shows, talking about how Elizabeth Warren isn't being honest about raising taxes to fund Medicare for All. And she's not answering the question directly, and that's true. He's right. So now he actually has an opportunity to call her out directly to her face, and they were standing next to each other at the debate too. So it was a prime opportunity for Buttigieg, and then I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a not so shocking surprise here, but check out this clip first, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Senator Warren, to be clear, Senator Sanders acknowledges he's going to raise taxes on the middle class to pay for Medicare for All. You've endorsed his plan. Should you acknowledge it too?
So the way I see this, it is about what kinds of costs middle-class families are going to face. So let me be clear on this. Costs will go up for the wealthy, they will go up for big corporations, and for middle-class families, they will go down. I will not sign a bill into law that does not lower costs for middle-class families.
Mayor Buttigieg, you say Senator Warren has been, quote, evasive about how she's going to pay for Medicare for All. What's your response?
Well, we heard it tonight, a yes or no question that didn't get a yes or no answer. Look, this is why people here in the Midwest are so frustrated with Washington in general and Capitol Hill in particular. Your signature, Senator, is to have a plan for everything, except this. No plan has been laid out to explain how a multi-trillion-dollar hole in this Medicare for All plan that Senator Warren is putting forward is supposed to get filled in. And the thing is, we really can deliver health care for every American and move forward with the boldest, biggest transformation since the inception of Medicare itself. But the way to do it without a giant multi-trillion-dollar hole and without having to avoid a yes or no question is Medicare for all who want it. We take a version of Medicare, we let you access it if you want to, and if you prefer to stay on your private plan, you can do that too. That is what most Americans want. Medicare for all who want it, trusting you to make the right decision for your health care and for your family, and it can be delivered without an increase
Senator,
on
your
middle-class
response?
taxes.
So, yeah, I mean, Elizabeth Warren, again, got put on the spot there. She, nobody likes Pete Buttigieg. Nobody likes this guy. He's too much of a centrist, faux aggressive guy. And he embodies exactly what is wrong with, Democrats, even though he talks about, how everybody on Capitol Hill is this and that. And he's basically like chastising Capitol Hill for being like these kind of opportunistic type politicians. That's exactly what he is. He just happens to be a mayor from South Bend, Indiana. Middle of nowhere, basically. Well, to be fair, not middle of nowhere, but like it's in the middle of the country, and it's far away from, any, kind of coastal elite type states, like California, New York type stuff, Washington. But he he embodies exactly what is wrong with the corporate Democrats out there, because he pushes for ideas that people think they want, but they don't actually want, and they only like it because he makes it sound good. And to be fair, Elizabeth Warren has done the same thing when she talks about Medicare for all, because she talks about it in the context of how, I'm not going to be raising taxes. I'm not going to be raising taxes on middle class Americans or regular Americans, but in reality, what you should be pointing out is the fact that if you're going to raise the taxes, which she would have to, so she's honestly either lying or she's come up with some weird loophole. But if you, like I've said before, if you raise the taxes on middle class Americans, when it comes to funding Medicare for all or healthcare system, any kind of healthcare system, you're going to see the reward in paying lesser co-pays, premiums, and deductibles. And your medical bills are going to go much, much lower. She doesn't say that because my guess is, and I said this before, my guess is that she doesn't want to copy Bernie Sanders. I get that. That's a perfectly understandable reasoning if that was the case. But obviously she's not going to admit that. But that is true. That's what it is. To me, that's going to be the only reason why she's not saying the same thing as Bernie Sanders, is because she doesn't want to copy him. I get it. That's... Honestly, it's an understandable position because you don't want to just be a copycat for somebody else. But then again, she does keep saying, I'm with Bernie, I'm with Bernie, I'm with Bernie. So I don't know. Who the hell knows? But at the end of the day, her position is just not good. She doesn't know how to explain it in a real convincing manner, So Pete Buttigieg and all of his, sliminess as the corporate Democrat, elitist, asshole that he is correct in calling her out for this. So I give him credit for that. So the not very shocking surprise that I wanted to let you guys know about was the fact that Elizabeth Warren has waffled on how she is going to pay for Medicare for all, and she is, quote, looking at other revenue options. So this article from CNN, and remember the debate was from CNN, so she tells CNN apparently, as they detailed in this article, that, and this is the title of the article, says, day after debate, Elizabeth Warren's campaign says it's reviewing, quote, other revenue options for Medicare for all. So basically that means that she is not going to be pushing for Medicare for all. That's how I see it. Because at the end of the day, you're not doing the same thing as you initially promised. So all this time about talking about, I'm not going to, pay for, I'm not going to raise the taxes on middle class Americans, blah, blah. Like, yeah, you said that, but at the same time, that's the thing though, you have to raise taxes on middle class Americans to mitigate any kind of copays, premiums, and deductibles that they would be paying, and lessening their medical bills. So again, that's how Bernie Sanders has explained it, and Elizabeth Warren is too scared to explain that because she wants to have just enough room so she can waffle on it. So let me read this article for you guys, a couple of parts from this article, and then we'll discuss it as we go along. It says Elizabeth Warren's campaign said on Wednesday that it is studying a range of options for paying for Medicare for all, leaving open the possibility that the presidential candidate may ultimately diverge from Senator Bernie Sanders on how his sweeping health care plan, which Warren has endorsed, would be paid for. She's reviewing the revenue options suggested by the 2016 Bernie campaign along with other revenue options, but she will only support pay-fors that meet the principles she has laid out in multiple debates. I don't know what that means. She hasn't laid out any principles, but anyway. And that's coming from a Warren aide who said this in a statement provided to CNN, unnamed aide. It says the campaign aide also said that the total cost of Medicare for all is unknown and that estimates vary by trillions of dollars. So based on what? It says they did not provide details on what other revenue options the campaign is studying and declined to comment on whether Warren may eventually put out her own details on paying Medicare for all. Okay, so let me translate some of these things for you a little bit. Okay, well, first of all, I'll just translate the bullshit. It says that the total cost of Medicare for all is unknown, and that estimates vary by trillions of dollars. That's not true. There's a couple of studies that have come out. I believe the one that Kyle Kalinske has mentioned is from University of Amherst, I believe. It has mentioned that the Medicare for all bill will be $34 trillion or $32 trillion. No, I think our current system is 34 trillion. Now what I've heard is that the cost ranges from 34 trillion to 48 trillion. That's what I've heard. And I covered that on past podcasts as well. But the Medicare for all plan based on the University of Amherst is $32 trillion. That's how much Medicare for all would cost. Currently, our system is more than that. So you're saving money by doing a Medicare for all system. And so this just doesn't make any sense. They're obviously not looking at the right studies or talking to the right people, or they just don't really care to do it. They don't want to get into the details of it clearly. And the fact that they don't want to provide details on what, quote, other revenue options they're studying is because they don't know. And they can't come up with anything that is going to please Elizabeth Warren's corporate donors. And since she wants to please those people, she's taking a step. She's taking a step back, and she's saying that, I don't want to give all the details yet, and I don't want to give it all the way. I don't want to give away the farm just yet, but let me get back to you on that later on. So she basically doesn't know. She doesn't know what the hell she's going to do, clearly. And that's how I see it. And then they say they declined to comment on whether Warren may eventually put out her own details on paying for Medicare for all. But that's the thing. She doesn't believe in Medicare for all. If she truly believed in Medicare for all, she would have put out a bill herself instead of just saying, "Oh, I'm with Bernie. I'm with Bernie. I'm with Bernie." Now, she co-sponsored Bernie's Medicare for all plan. So, I mean, give her credit for that. And as 15 other Democrats did as well. That's fine. I appreciate that. But at the same time, it's like, you clearly don't believe in it. Otherwise, you would have either said, "I just support Medicare for all," or she would have came out with her own legislation. That's a Medicare for all type system, and she didn't. Bernie Sanders did. So that's just. She's just basically she didn't expect Bernie Sanders to do that, obviously, and when he did it, he ended up getting ahead of the 8 ball on that one. And the next paragraph here says a new study by the Urban Institute released Wednesday said that federal spending on healthcare would increase by roughly $34 trillion under a single-payer plan similar to Medicare for all. That's in line with the earlier studies that pegged the cost at around $32 trillion. While Sanders has detailed how he would raise the revenue needed to pay for Medicare for all, he included a variety of options when he released his 2016 campaign proposal and his updated bill in April, which is the Medicare for All Act of 2019. Among those listed in his most recent iteration are a 4% levy on employees, exempting the first $29,000 in income for a family of 4. This is, by the way, something that he mentioned when he made the appearance on Stephen Colbert's Late Show, and Colbert asked him, how are you going to pay for it? And this is how he explained it. And that was the night after he had Elizabeth Warren on, and Elizabeth Warren couldn't answer it. And this is how I covered this on a couple podcasts before. So. He also suggests imposing new taxes on employers, hiking the marginal tax rate on those making above $10 million, boosting the estate tax, and establishing a wealth tax. That's very good. I like that. The fact that he wants to hike the marginal tax rate on those making above $10 million, that's very, very good. Warren's campaign statement comes on the heels of a contentious presidential debate Tuesday night in Ohio, where Warren was asked no less than half a dozen times on stage about whether Sanders' signature healthcare platform would raise taxes on the middle class and how she would like to pay for it. Every time the Massachusetts Democrat, standing squarely center stage as a new frontrunner in the 2020 Democratic race for president, refused to state that taxes would in fact go up for some Americans under her colleague's plan. So she's misrepresenting Bernie's plan? Is that what it is? Instead, she stuck to a well-rehearsed response about how costs would go up for corporations and the wealthy and would come down for middle-class families. She pledged that as president, she would not sign a health care bill into law unless it lowered costs for average Americans. Sanders has also stressed that while he would impose taxes on the middle class, they would see that their overall costs go down because they would no longer have to pay premiums, deductibles, or co-pays when they seek care. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren has been super vague when it comes to what she's going to do regarding the revenue options. Yeah, so when it comes to how she's going to put together revenue to pay for Medicare for all, she never goes into the details. She just said, people are going to be paying less and the cost will not go up, blah, 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 blah. She's just, I'm glad CNN is pointing out how it's well rehearsed, because it is well rehearsed. And I've heard the same exact thing from her from every single debate, every single conversation, every single town hall, every single interview. She repeats the same shit, same rehearsed talking points. And she clearly does not understand that people are not buying into her bullshit, at least the people that are progressives and leftists that support Bernie Sanders. Next part here says Warren's repeated dodges on questions about whether Medicare for All would result in higher taxes are notably out of character for the senator, not really, whose candidacy for the White House has gained steady political momentum in large part thanks to her abundance of policy plans and a knack for explaining and advocating for those ideas clearly out on the campaign trail. I get so annoyed when they say this about Elizabeth Warren, pretending as if, I have a plan for everything, I explain everything in detail. That's not... okay, if she even does that, why don't they ever say that about Bernie Sanders? As if Bernie Sanders hasn't detailed how he's going to pay for things, as if he hasn't put out an abundance of policy plans. They portray Elizabeth Warren as if she's got all the answers and she's saying everything so perfectly and perfect details and stuff. That's not true. That's, and if it is true, it's not more true than what Bernie Sanders is doing. That's what annoys me. If you want to say she's doing that, at least give the same credit to Bernie Sanders, but they don't do that because they can't make Bernie Sanders look good, God forbid. If Bernie Sanders ends up looking good, the corporate bosses at CNN are not going to like it, for sure. Next part here says, less than 4 months out from the Iowa caucuses, Warren's support for Medicare for All has stood out as a rarity, even as she has unveiled policy plans at a rapid clip. Since launching her campaign on New Year's Eve on the issue of healthcare, Warren has chosen to hold back from releasing a proposal of her own. Instead, she has stuck to publicly backing Sanders' Medicare for All bill, which is grifting. A bill that she co-sponsored in the Senate, and has not said that she will release a comprehensive healthcare plan for her own in the 2020 race. I'm with Bernie, Warren has previously said when asked about her vision on healthcare. Tuesday's debate laid bare the political risks of Warren's backing of Sanders' Medicare for All, and foreshadowed that she is likely to continue confronting questions and criticism about tax hikes that could result from Sanders' proposal. Clearly, she hasn't thought this whole thing through. So when she goes out there and says how she's with Bernie and she supports Bernie's bill, she clearly doesn't support raising taxes when she can easily just, she should be saying that if you want to be, if you want to be fucking honest, that you should be saying that. I mean, you should be going out there and just being honest with the American people, instead of just saying, I'm with Bernie, I'm with Bernie, I'm with Bernie. But at the same time, you're not even saying, you're clearly not thinking about how, when you say you're with Bernie, you're going to be raising taxes on the American people. Be honest with them and tell them what you're exactly going to do. And when Joe Biden says that Elizabeth Warren is vague, he's right. He's not right about saying that when he says that about Bernie Sanders. Saying that Elizabeth Warren is perfectly fine. Pete Buttigieg calls her out. Biden calls her out. They're right. But obviously that doesn't make them much better. But they are right when they're calling her out on that specific thing, because she is being vague and she refuses to get into details on it. And I don't know. I don't really see it as much of a. I don't see it as much of a difference from what I've always kind of seen from her. Mostly when I see her talk, I just see her putting out like platitudes and platitude sandwiches and cliches, and so trying to sound all folksy and laughing and stuff. Yeah, so I don't really. It's hard to take anything she really has to say seriously. Let me just read the last few parts here. It says the grilling continued well after the debate ended. In an interview with CNN anchors and analysts later that spanned close to 20 minutes, Warren was again pressed multiple times to acknowledge that Sanders' Medicare for All plan would result in tax hikes for some American families. Once again, she stuck to her script. My commitment is I will not sign a bill into law that raises costs on middle-class families, Warren said. There have been earlier signs that Warren and her campaign were leaving open wiggle room on Medicare for All. At a town hall in Keene, New Hampshire last month, Warren referred to Medicare for All as a, quote, framework, saying right now what we've got in Medicare for All is a framework and it doesn't have the details. Again, that's fucking bullshit. I debunked that whole narrative that she put out there. Again, that's clearly something that she got from her advisors and consultants. I completely debunked that framework, ironically I'm using the same word, that narrative, because Bernie Sanders has mentioned the framework. He's mentioned it as more than a framework, so he's gone into the details of it, claiming that then it doesn't have details. There's tons of details. But second of all, and even more importantly, she supported the Senate bill in that Bernie Sanders, that was authored by Bernie Sanders and co-sponsored by not only Elizabeth Warren but 15 other Democrats. So when you're talking about how Medicare for All is just a framework and it doesn't have the details, then what do you think the bill in the Senate is? Let alone the bill in the House too, which is under Pramila Jayapal's. Is being spearheaded by Pramila Jayapal, who's the representative from Washington State. She has her own Medicare for All bill, which is a little bit different and actually better than Bernie Sanders from what I hear. It has a 2-year transition period. Bernie Sanders has a 4-year transition period. So it is not just a framework, and it does have all the details. So she's just lying. She's honestly, I don't even think that's not even her being stupid. She's just, well, it's politically stupid, but she's lying. That's a lie. That's not true at all. That it's just a framework and doesn't have details. So she needs to cut it with that bullshit, because that is not fucking true at all. So yeah, stop fucking lying, Liz. We know what the details of Medicare for All is. We know that it's more than just a framework. It's a fucking Senate bill. It's a fucking House bill. So just cut it with that bullshit. So this is the thing with Elizabeth Warren. As I've detailed multiple times, and I'm going to be getting into another story soon about how she shouldn't be trusted. But this is another thing with Elizabeth Warren. You just can't. You don't know which way she's going. Left or right. Left or right. Left or right. She's not consistent. She's not detail focused. She's not policy focused as much as the people want to claim to be. And even if with the policies that she has put out there are all milquetoast half measure policies. So even if she does have I have a plan for that and I have a policy for that and I have all the details for my plans, they're not really that good of plans. And that's just like the plans that I've explained here. Just like I've gotten into detail on this and in the past podcasts, the past segments I did here too. Her policies are not better than Bernie Sanders, but she makes it seem as if they're fucking wonderful, and apparently they're the same as Bernie Sanders, but somehow they're better than Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders isn't considered as the better candidate. She is. For what? But we don't know for what. That's the problem. And the media it's basically just a media manufacturing media. The media is manufacturing consent to make Elizabeth Warren more palatable so that they can talk about how she's wonderful and Bernie Sanders is too angry and he yells too much and he's too old. And he's got a heart problem, so he's going to drop dead tomorrow or some shit. This is what the media is going to do. And luckily, I think the tide is starting to turn, and people are starting to notice that Elizabeth Warren, now that she's a front runner, or has become much more of a front runner in several polls, that people are starting to, poke holes through her plans that she apparently has a plan for, all her ideas that she apparently has a plan for. Everybody's starting to poke holes into those plans. So she's being exposed, and that's going to continue to happen, and it's going to only be only going to lead to the benefit of Bernie Sanders. So recently, former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid did an interview with former senior advisor to Barack Obama, President Barack Obama, David Axelrod. So he appeared on his show, which is called Axe Files. It's on CNN, I believe. And he did an interview with Harry Reid, and they discussed Elizabeth Warren, and they discussed her position on Medicare for All, and just kind of like going over her time in the Senate. And this I found to be very, very interesting. And this is going to give you a really, really good idea of where you should expect Elizabeth Warren, where you should expect Elizabeth Warren to go policy-wise as the campaign rolls further, and if she were to possibly become the nominee, let alone become president. So check this clip out. It's very, very interesting. Check it out, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
I think she's overcome a lot of the concern that people had about her. She was in the Senate. I put her on the banking committee. Some people said you shouldn't do that. She's a flamethrower. She never surprised anybody, never surprised the ranking member, the chairman of the banking committee. She's a team player, and I think that...
You put her in leadership as well.
I sure did.
Yeah, so you see her as
As Lyndon Johnson said.
I know what he said. Yes, go ahead, say it.
Yeah, as Lyndon Johnson said, he'd rather have them on the inside in the tent, because it's better to have them pissing out than pissing in.
And there is a concern as well that's expressed by some establishment Democrats that she is too far left, that her Medicare for All, eliminating private insurance, free college, free other things, and so on, that this will...
I think that's, let's just wait. For example, Medicare for All, they asked me, how do you feel about that? I said, I think what we need to do first is let's make sure Obamacare is strengthened again. Republicans have done everything they can to hurt it. Let's strengthen it. We almost got the public option the first time. That's as good as Medicare for All anyway. And so
that's not what she's saying, though.
Well, but I think you give her some time. I think that she's not in love with that. I think you'll wait and see how that all turns out.
So you think she's more pragmatic than
I know she's pragmatic. Just wait.
Yeah. Do you think the party itself, there's this lament that the party is drifting left?
David, you and I have been involved in Democratic politics for a long time.
Yes.
And we know that the primary, the Democrats are pulled way to the left, and it used to be the Republicans were pulled far to the right. But now they have nothing other than what Trump wants. But I think that what's going on now is no different than has happened in years past. Primary, they're always pulled to the left. That's what the parties do to candidates.
And the general election,
they move quickly. That's what history's all about.
Okay, so I have a lot to say about that. And hearing that makes my skin crawl, thinking about how these people think they have everybody fooled, and in the ways they talk about these things. Typically, it's not as brazen as he's saying it here. So in the way he's talking about it, like, oh yeah, just wait, she's gonna, referring to whoever, whether it's Elizabeth Warren, whoever. Just wait. No, don't worry. They're not gonna fully commit to this policy or that policy. So the fact that he's being so brazen and open about it is, I don't know if it's more maddening than somebody that just goes out there and just like, puts out a bunch of bullshit and like, fucking talking points or rehearsed talking points and stuff. But either way, it pisses me off because they think we're idiots and they think we don't know that what he's saying is extremely problematic and extremely concerning, and should have everybody fucking scared about the prospect of Elizabeth Warren as president. And I don't mean from the right wing, I mean from the left wing. I mean from the Democratic base and the progressives. So first, Harry Reid says that she has, quote, overcome a lot of the concern that people had that people had about her after first getting into the Senate. So what he's basically saying is that everybody was really, really worried that she was going to be going in there and being like this super progressive, lefty, populist type, senator, and she's going to, revolutionize the system, and she's going to, start getting people worried and shaking in their boots. It turns out she didn't actually end up doing any of that. Now, maybe she had initially, but ultimately she didn't end up really concerning anybody. She overcame a lot of the concern that people had about her. That's what he said. And that's essentially, again, because this is all political talk from politicians that needs to be translated. Basically what it means is that initially we were worried that she was going to change our system and change the way we do things, but now we know she's not going to do that. Now we know that he literally said it, that he let the cat out of the bag and said that she's a team player. Come on, man. You're basically just saying that she is working with she's working for the Democratic Party and is not working for the people. That team player line is just complete. You definitely let the cat out of the bag on that one. And it's amazing how brazen he's being about it, because usually these politicians, to be fair, Harry Reid isn't a politician anymore. He's out of office. But usually these people are much more craftier with the way they talk. So maybe he feels like since he's not a politician anymore, he can just, speak freely and not have to code anything. But that's to your detriment, bro. That's to the detriment of Elizabeth Warren. That doesn't make anybody feel better about Elizabeth Warren at all. Other than the elites out there. He also says that when he put her on the Senate Banking Committee, people said he shouldn't have done it because she's, quote, a flamethrower. So that's basically the same point that I was in the first part that I pointed out there. Yeah, people were worried about her. They were worried that she was going to fuck shit up, and she didn't do anything close to that. Now, if you compare what she has done to what Bernie Sanders has done, Bernie Sanders has gone as far as interrogating heads of the Federal Reserve, such as Alan Greenspan and all these people that have been involved in helping speed up the process of recessions in our country and the economic crashes and stuff. These are all people that have sped those different processes up, and Bernie Sanders has been at the helm of calling these assholes out, but raking them over the coals, making sure they get called out for their fucking pathetic tactics and pushing the policies that they push for. Now maybe Elizabeth Warren has done that too, but Bernie Sanders has spent his entire career, whether he's been in the House or he's been in the Senate, he has spent his entire career talking about this over a 30-year span. He has known, while Elizabeth Warren talks about, I have a plan for that, I have a plan for that. Well, Bernie Sanders, his slogan is, I'm consistent on that. I'm consistent on that. Because he's been consistent on everything. He's consistently pushed for the same things year after year after year. And people at one point, if some of you remember, people at one point were like, yeah, Bernie Sanders has been saying the same thing for so long, acting as if that's an attack. They were using that as an attack against Bernie Sanders, saying that he's been advocating for the same thing for the last, 30, 40 years. That's not a bad thing, bro. That's a good thing. Clearly, these people, they don't understand that. They got their heads up their asses, and they're too busy worrying about optics and trying to, get along with the party and stuff, being team players, as Harry Reid says. But they're not worried, and they're not worried about the policies. They don't care about the policies. They just want every Democrat to work with the Democrats. That's all it is. Reid also admits that she never surprised it. Quote, she never surprised anybody, including the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. And he also had her in Democratic leadership. So the fact that she didn't surprise anybody, including the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, I'm not sure who that was. I remember at one point it was Chris Dodd, and Chris Dodd was a big time corporate Democrat for sure. I'm not sure who it was after him. Yeah, it was definitely Chris Dodd. I can't remember who else it was after that. And then the fact that, didn't surprise anybody, including the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, and the fact that he also had her in, Harry Reid had her in the leadership, the Democratic leadership, that's a big deal too, because that means that you're probably not going to rock the vote. Now, to be fair, Bernie Sanders is in the Democratic leadership in the Senate, but that's only because he's getting more young people into the Democratic Party and recruiting them and getting them into the system, not as politicians, but as voters. So they're only honestly using Bernie Sanders to benefit themselves. But in reality, a lot of us are not falling for the shit that the Democratic Party is pulling. We just trust Bernie Sanders. We don't trust the Democratic Party because we know that they're doing everything they can to rig the system and screw over progressives like Bernie Sanders. Reid also says that when he was asked about Medicare, for all, he said we should, quote, strengthen Obamacare because Republicans have done everything to destroy it. So we know that. That's fine. The fact that they've tried to destroy it doesn't mean that automatically makes it wonderful. That doesn't mean that just because the health insurance industry hates Obamacare that more of Obamacare is what we need. No, we need better than Obamacare. We need to, and by the way, when they say this whole strengthening Obamacare is Medicare for all. At the least, it's public option. And that's something that, now that Pete Buttigieg and to some extent Joe Biden are pushing for too. But that's at the least what it should be. But that's not even good enough. So I don't even know if I think that's what they're referring to when they say strengthen Obamacare. But that's not good enough. That's bullshit. So what we need is Medicare for all. Medicare for all is what we need, man. That's not, and that shouldn't be controversial. So, and the fact that you're saying, because we should strengthen Obamacare because Republicans have done everything to destroy it. Yeah, and they become successful at destroying it. Just like I was talking about before about how capitalism doesn't work, because if you go out there and talk about how I'm going to reform capitalism, that's never enough, because you're never going to get far enough to convince people that the capitalist system is truly going to work, especially when you're going to have Republicans coming in office in the next 4 to 8 years, and they're going to come in and just going to overturn everything and take over and going to remove all those reforms, and they're going to make the capitalist system into what they want it to be: more free market, more libertarian, more laissez-faire. And when you just put reforms on something, you put a Band-Aid over a gangrenous wound, you're not going to fix the system, and you're not going to fix all the loopholes that are used to fuck people over more. Harry Reid also says that we, quote, we almost got the public option the first time, claiming it's, quote, just as good as Medicare for all. Oh my God, that is extremely laughable. The public option is not even close to as good as Medicare for all. I've talked about before how the whole idea of having that public option there is, and this is something Cenk Uygur has explained about how you put all the healthiest Americans on the private care, so the private option, and then you put all the sickest people on the public option, and then that fucks up the whole insurance pool. And then the people that are against the public option or any kind of public insurance, they can say, oh, look how terrible public insurance is. Look how shitty it is. It's terrible. It doesn't work for anybody. Private insurance is better than everything. Private insurance is what you need. That's what they do. So, and this is another thing that Cenk said in that same interview that I played, where he was explaining that about the downsides to the public option, is he was explaining how Democrats hated the public option when Barack Obama was president. So when he first became president in 2009, they were pushing for the public option very, very lightly. And but majority of the corporate Democrats and all the centrist, neoliberal Democrats, they were against it. They hated the public option. So talk about how, we almost got the public option. No, you didn't. That's bullshit. And assholes like Rahm Emanuel, who was the chief of staff to Barack Obama, he was pushing to get rid of the public option. So back then they hated it. All of a sudden they love it now. And yeah, right now they love it, but back then they hated it. So all of a sudden they've changed because Medicare for All is the popular thing now. So now they have to push for the public option. And then according to Harry Reid, it's just as good as Medicare for All. It's ridiculous, man. Harry Reid is a fucking slimy ass motherfucker. And then he says, so when referring to Elizabeth Warren, he says, give her some time because he thinks Warren is, quote, not in love with it. So this part is very, very key. So when referring to Medicare for All, and, he's saying, give her some time because he thinks that Warren is not in love with Medicare for All, adding that she's much more pragmatic. So, quote, just wait. So basically, in layman's terms, or non-political terms, if that is non-political terms, or if that is political speak, but in non-political terms, that's basically saying that, she doesn't actually believe in Medicare for All. She's more pragmatic, but which means she doesn't believe in it. She never believed in it, and she's going to go further away from the idea of Medicare for All. And that's what it's going to be. And if she ever believed in it, she would have been in favor of it from the beginning. So clearly she doesn't believe in it, because she's not even advocating for it. She doesn't know how to explain how she's going to pay for it. She keeps waffling on that, as I explained in the last segment, and I've explained on many past podcasts before. She never explains that. She always dodges those things. She's dodging it like Neo from the Matrix. Just constantly like dodging it. She does not want to answer that question, and Harry Reid lays it out perfectly here. Again, he let the cat out of the bag. This whole interview is letting the cat out of the bag. He's constantly exposing Elizabeth Warren as a sellout by accident, I'm guessing, unless he's sabotaging her for some reason. But he's totally exposing her without even realizing it. But in reality, what he's doing is he's speaking to the corporate elites and the big donors out there and giving them like a wink and a nod, like, oh, don't worry. Elizabeth Warren is going to be on our side as in, because Harry Reid is also on that side too. He's on the side of those big donors too. But he's totally just admitting and putting it out there that Elizabeth Warren is going to sell out if she's president, let alone if she goes into the general, that she's not going to be advocating for Medicare for All. And if she is, she's going to do it in the worst possible way. And just as we talked about in the last segment, they're looking at different revenue options now, the Warren campaign is. So again, she doesn't believe in it. That's the conclusion that I reached. And that's the conclusion that everybody else should come to as well. Elizabeth Warren does not believe in Medicare for All, period. She does not. And if you still believe that she believes in it, you're clueless and you're naive, and you're just believing a bunch of propaganda and talking points that she's laid out, and she's obviously gotten you to buy into. And then finally, responding to the question about the Democratic Party quote, drifting left. And this part is brilliant because, again, it exposes, the typical slimy politicians we have out there. Reid says, we know that the Democratic Party gets pulled far left in the primary until the general election comes around, when they go back to the middle, because that's quote, that's what history is all about. So again, to translate, he talks about how the Democratic Party drifts left to benefit, to cater to the progressives and the leftists out there. But in reality, he knows, we know, he says we know, but he knows that when you get pulled far to the left in the primary, you just end up coming back to the center. You end up coming back to the middle, because that's, quote, that's what history is all about. So he's saying that Elizabeth Warren, Democratic Party, these are people, Joe Biden, whoever, any kind of argument that they're making, like even Joe Biden with his, his bullshit fucking public option idea. We don't want to throw 160 million people off healthcare. In reality, he's not going to be pushing for any kind of public option. Same as Pete Buttigieg with his Medicare for All, who want it. None of these people are going to be pushing for an actual plan that people are going to want. They're just saying, so what again, it comes down to pushing for a centrist neoliberal corporate policy that will ultimately leave you zero room for advancing that, moving that spectrum to the left, because you're already starting from the center essentially, and you don't have any more clout or any kind of momentum to move over further to the left. Obviously, because they don't want to move over to the left, but they don't have any more room to move over to the left because they want to maintain everything in the center, if not to the right. So that's how it is when it comes to these people. And in the mentality of these people, whether it's David Axelrod, whether it's Harry Reid, and he says, "Oh yeah, you and I have been in politics for decades." So that's like them talking about pontificating together about how we totally know how the system works. We know that when it comes to being in the general. When it comes to being the primary, you have to be drifting left or going far to the left, and then when the general comes around, you go back to the center again. So that's just political speak between two, corporatist, whatever operatives. Well, obviously Harry Reid wasn't an operative, former politician and then an operative, talking about how we'll easily be able to move over to the center just to appease those corporate donors and appease Republicans. That's what Hillary Clinton did. That's exactly what Hillary Clinton did, and that's what led her to losing to Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump was portraying himself as a fake populist, because he's not really a populist, but he was portraying himself as an economic populist, when in reality he's a fake populist, but he did a good job of portraying himself that way. And Hillary Clinton was talking about how the system is so wonderful, while Donald Trump was talking about how I'm going to blow up the system and make it better to benefit regular people. Obviously, he hasn't done that. Again, he's a fake populist. So let's make sure people understand that. But when it comes to Hillary Clinton, she doesn't want to. Hillary Clinton didn't want to change anything. She wanted to keep everything the way it was. And I guarantee you, any person that's not Bernie Sanders that gets, that's the person that becomes the nominee, anybody not Bernie Sanders is going to keep maintaining the status quo the way it is. I guarantee it. Now, you guys may come out from watching this segment with Harry Reid, where he, lets the cat out of the bag about Elizabeth Warren, thinking, oh, it's not a big deal. Whatever. I still feel good about her. Same with her waffling on Medicare for all. It's not that big of a deal. It's no problem. She's still going to be pushing for progressive policies. This is to me at least, is the nail in the coffin for the fact to prove that Elizabeth Warren is not even close to being a progressive. So this is an article from Common Dreams, which I quote all the time, and the author of the article is Robert McChesney, and he is a big-time progressive. He's been around for a very, very long time. He wrote this article. I want you guys to check it out. I'm just going to read you guys the title because it's a really important article for you guys to really figure out what the differences between Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders is. The title of the article is Means Testing: Sanders versus Warren on the single most important policy idea for progressive success. And then the subheadline says, basing eligibility on wealth or income level is phony progressivism and a crucial tactic promoted by the right to eliminate social welfare programs that could benefit the entire population and the common good. So what Robert McChesney articulates in this article is that the idea of means testing, which basically means that you should only be able to qualify for certain social programs, Medicare for all, student loans and any kind of social program you can think about. That those are probably the only two. Those are the two main ones, obviously, because we're not talking about firefighters and shit like that. Like obviously, whatever kind of firefighter insurance you should get should go to everybody regardless. But when it comes to like Medicare for all, when it comes to student loans, these are all based, and that's how it is right now. These are all based on like, oh, how much income are you making? How much income are you making, right? And same, and I'm sure she would take the same position when it comes to eliminating medical debt, even though she's not going to eliminate medical debt. But I'm sure she would means test on eliminating medical debt too. And but the whole idea of means testing is to only allow certain social programs for people to qualify for certain social programs, like the ones I mentioned when it comes to healthcare, student loans and shit, based on the income that you are making. So if you are making under a certain amount of money, that's how you qualify for getting that specific social program. And that is not progressive. That is not a good way to to be advocating for policies that are popular. These are all popular policies. So when it comes to Medicare for all, when it comes to Social Security, all these things, Medicaid, all that stuff. These are all policies these are all social programs, entitlement programs that people deserve to have. And for the fact that Elizabeth Warren wants to means test this just proves that she's not a progressive. And McChesney lays this out perfectly in this article. Please check this out. And I believe, as I said, the more Elizabeth, this is what I said before, but Elizabeth Warren, the more we learn about her, the more we're not going to like her. And the more she's going to be exposed, and the less we're going to want to go out there and try and talk about how she's so similar to Bernie Sanders, how she's the same as Bernie Sanders. Nobody in their right mind who truly follows politics and knows anything about Elizabeth Warren and knows anything about Bernie Sanders knows that they are not the same person. And McChesney lays it out here. I've laid it out multiple times on my podcast. If you watch Kyle Kulinski, Secular Talk, you listen to Jimmy Dore, you listen to any real progressive out there, they all know that Elizabeth Warren is not a real progressive. She is at best, a slightly left of center politician. And that's if you want to look at her economic policy, that's where she is. She's not even very good. She's not good at all on foreign policy. So foreign policy is just horrible. She's atrocious. So she's not leftist. She's not leftist at all. So and anybody that pushes that is either lying or they're completely uneducated on what the different policy positions of Elizabeth Warren are, or they're just they're shilling for her and they just want her because she's a female, and we need to have a female you need to have a female as president because that's the important thing. So obviously people don't know anything about Elizabeth Warren if they're going out there and talking about how she's all these things that she clearly is not. So it looks like Elizabeth Warren is already starting to consider VP options. So obviously, as everybody knows, we're in the middle of a primary. We're not even in the middle of it. We haven't even had a single primary election yet. No state primary elections yet, and yet apparently Elizabeth Warren's team is already starting to field possible VP options, and they're already starting to move around the chess pieces. And now I'll be getting into the details of this article here, which is from the Daily Beast, and obviously they're denying it. They're denying any of this is true, but it's very interesting how that could possibly be the case. And if that really is true, that should be very concerning about how these people think that they're already as if they're already their politician, they're the person that they're running this campaign for is already a shoo-in to become the nominee. It's very arrogant for them to think that. So the title of the article here from the Daily Beast is Warren's been talking to Gillum, sparking VP buzz. And then the subheadline says, if you're trying to win Florida, I would be courting Andrew, and that's what's happening, a source familiar with the conversation said. And this is in reference to Andrew Gillum. He actually ran under the Our Revolution banner, which is Bernie Sanders' group, and he actually ended up being a very centrist, milquetoast type politician. A lot of the Democratic Party just seem to want him because he's a young black man, and they wanted to get minority voters out there, which is fine. I mean, but that's not based on just getting a black man in there. Obviously, if anybody that knows policies and cares about policies knows that you can't just get a black whatever politician they expect to do well. So let me read parts of this article, and then we'll analyze it as we go along. It says presidential candidates often keep a running list of influential individuals who they will informally call for ideas, advice, and perhaps to scope them out as a potential running mate. And for several candidates, including at least one in the top tier, former Tallahassee Mayor Andrew Gillum is on speed dial. Senator Elizabeth Warren, in particular, has been in contact with Gillum over the past several months, multiple knowledgeable sources told the Daily Beast. When reached for comment about the vice presidential buzz, a Warren campaign official said that it is baseless, that is baseless and not true at all. But two sources said the talks between Warren and Gillum resemble the kind of courtship that happens when a leading presidential candidate is exploring potential vice presidential contenders. One source briefed on the communications said the two Democrats have been in contact over the course of the campaign and that there is a strong impression that Gillum is a possible vice presidential contender for Warren, who has risen in recent months to become a frontrunner in the 2020 primary, the source said. If you're trying to win Florida, I would be courting Andrew, and that's what's happening, a second source familiar with the conversation said. That was the same thing as the subheadline, obviously. Next part here says, others said the conversations are broader in scope and that Gillum, who narrowly lost a gubernatorial bid by less than a half a point to Republican Ron DeSantis in 2018, is a key player in the biggest battleground state, which President Trump won by less than 2 percentage points in 2016. A source close to Gillum's political team would not confirm specific talks, but that stated that Gillum is in communication with many of the candidates and noted that Florida is a critical state to win the presidency. But hours after the Daily Beast posted this story, Gillum tweeted, "Many of my friends running to beat Donald Trump call me often about one thing, how to win Florida." He then included a pitch and a link to his new effort to register 1 million new voters in Florida. Gillum, 40 years old, ran a tight race that attracted significant national attention in the height of the 2018 midterm elections, even bringing in former President Barack Obama to rally for him in Miami. But his race was dogged by Trump's outsized influence in Florida, and Trump himself, who attacked Gillum as a socialist and a stone-cold thief. In reference, Trump said on Fox News to a federal corruption probe that ensnared top officials in Tallahassee. Gillum maintained that he was not the focus of the investigation and had done nothing wrong. Yeah, that probably hurt him because DeSantis was a big Trump. Ron DeSantis, who was the opponent of Gillum, was a big Trump supporter as well. So Trump obviously made sure to put all his efforts into that race. Final few parts here, it says, but even after his loss to DeSantis, Gillum's name was among the rising Democratic stars listed as potential presidential material after his announcement in March that he would not run for president, which is absurd considering as in anything. Then again, he is mayor, just like what's his name was mayor, just like what's his name is mayor of South Bend, Pete Buttigieg. So I don't know. I guess it's a thing for mayors to run now. What's his name was running to the mayor of New York, Bill de Blasio. He also ran for president. So it seems like a lot of mayors are definitely running more these days. So yeah, and then so it says, so after his announcement in March that he would not run for president, his name has continued to be part of the national conversation, primarily centered on his voter registration effort. In 2018, several Democrats who later launched 2020 bids played an active role in boosting Gillum's campaign. That includes former Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris, both of whom have been in touch with Gillum in recent months. Warren recorded a video endorsement for Gillum during his race, saying, quote, "Andrew is the leader the Sunshine State needs." Yeah, so, I mean, it's interesting that she would be courting the possibility of Gillum as her VP choice. Obviously, when it comes to courting certain type of Democrats out there, it's very, very smart because, a lot of these unfortunately, a lot of these, Democratic Party, these people that are in the Democratic, kind of the top tiers of the Democratic Party, they all, these party bosses, they love the idea of like a minority black man, black woman. They love the idea of these people being, having a role in these kind of, in these kind of things, whether it's VP, whether mayor somewhere, governor somewhere, and then rising stars. Like another one was Stacey Abrams. Now Stacey Abrams, after she lost her governor's race to who was it? Something Kemp, Steve Kemp, Ron Kemp. I don't know who it was, but that was in Georgia. And to be fair, she was screwed out of that, out of winning that race too, because there was a lot of voters that were not allowed to vote, so there was a lot of voter disenfranchisement that was going on in Georgia, which isn't surprising because it's such a heavy red state, Republican state. So definitely, it seems like she got screwed out of that opportunity to win. But Stacey Abrams is another person that's been floated as like, oh, the next second coming of the whatever wonderful Democrat that's going to have a chance to. Move the Democratic Party forward. Like, it's just a bunch of people fawning over, fawning over these, in my opinion, just very milquetoast candidates that are portrayed as being fucking awesome because of the fact that they are a person of color. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. It's not really anything about policy. Because when you really talk about the policy, they just put out really milquetoast policies. That's why they're milquetoast politicians. Because they sound nice. They're a person of color. They're not a white man or a white woman, especially a white man, because that's something that's definitely frowned upon among, in the country and among the Democratic Party. Not so much the Republican Party, but that whole white man idea. That's why Bernie Sanders is attacked, by the way, so much, which is bullshit. But yeah, so that's a thing that's frowned upon. Oh, we can't have a white man in there, and that's whoever's facing that white man politician is the person that's put out there as the villain. Now that may be true, may not be true, but at the end of the day, it depends on what the policies are. And if the policies of that person are good, then that's great. Now Stacey Abrams, I don't know what her specific policies are. I frankly don't really know what the specific policies of Andrew Gillum are. And by the way, I think both of them ran under the Our Revolution banner. But either way, they're not progressive enough, because when the Democratic Party loves a politician right now in this day and age, 2019, let alone going into 2020, those politicians are usually not progressive because the Democratic Party is not progressive. And that politician most likely is happy to play ball, and they're happy to go along with whatever the party bosses want. And to buttress that point, Stacey Abrams joined the board of the Center for American Progress, which is the organization started by John Podesta, who is a close aide and friend to Bill and Hillary Clinton. So you see where I'm going with this. Just a bunch of neoliberal sellouts who call themselves progressives when they're not. They call their organization Center for American Progress. They're not progressives, but they portray themselves as being. That's what I'm saying. Stacey Abrams, oh, I'm such a progressive. Everybody thinks she's such a progressive, and she goes and joins a group that calls themselves Center for American Progress. Obviously, everybody's just going to think you're a progressive, and it's not true. And it's totally made up, propaganda, manufacturing consent. And it's not based on any kind of fact or, like I said, policies and stuff. It's just a label that they like to, grift off of and steal. And that's, I've said before, that pisses me off, because I consider myself a progressive, and I'm very proud of that label, And that's something that I can't stand, that they hijack that label and use it for themselves. It's wrong. And the fact that they do that and they think it's okay and they think that they're progressives is sad, and it's not something that we should be putting up with, because it's not true, and they are not progressives, and they don't deserve to call themselves progressives, especially when their policies are not progressive. And that's all I care about, and that's something that we should care about. If you're going to use the label, as much as I don't really want to focus on labels, if you're going to use the label, at least use it accurately, because you're not progressive just because you're a person of color. You're not progressive just because you're a woman. Using that logic, then if you're a woman, you have to vote for a woman. Sarah Palin, Carly Fiorina, I don't know, throw any woman, conservative woman out there. Are those people all progressives too because they're a woman? Are we having progress because somebody's a woman? No, That's not true. It might be progress in the eyes of some people in regard to the fact that, we're going to have more female politicians. But if those female politicians are pushing for policies that are not progressive, then that completely just cancels out the fact that this person is a woman. So yes, we're getting progress in regard to more females being in more powerful positions as politicians. But then what are their actual policy positions though? Not their position of of power in whatever branch of government. No, their policy positions. What are their policies? If their policies suck, then they're not progressive. And in this case, Andrew Gillum, Stacey Abrams, all these people that they want to talk about being the VP for Elizabeth Warren, even though Elizabeth Warren is nowhere close to even winning a fucking primary, because we haven't even had a fucking primary yet. But the fact that they're pushing this person, writing articles about this person possibly being Elizabeth Warren's VP, let alone the fact that Elizabeth Warren's campaign might be talking to these people, it's pathetic, and they're denying it. I don't think it's a lie. I think it is true. They're just denying it because they don't want to be caught basically dancing, 5 yards away from the end zone, going into the end zone, because that looks arrogant. But in reality, that's what they are, though. So they are arrogant, and they do think that they can get away with this kind of shit. But we can't let them. We can't let them think that just because they get a black man or a black woman in there or whatever, Native American woman or, Latina, Hispanic woman or something, whatever. If you think that's going to fix our problems in this country, you're dead wrong. And you obviously don't give a shit about policy. You don't give a shit about actual progressivism. And you just want to hijack that label and grift off that label so that you can push for your shitty candidates that push for, milquetoast centrist neoliberal ideas. So stop hijacking our labels. Stop pretending as if you are something that you're not, because we see right through you. We see right through that, and we can see that you are not what you claim to be. And people like myself, all the other progressive podcast hosts out there, all the other progressives on social media and writing articles and stuff, we're exposing you. You are not going to get away with grifting off of what we're advocating for. So you can keep trying, but we're not going to fall for your bullshit. And honestly, that's also a message that we're giving to Elizabeth Warren too, because Elizabeth Warren pretends to be a progressive when in reality she isn't, and we're not falling for her shit, and we're not falling for the bullshit of any other progressive out there. So recently there was a trans surrogate for Elizabeth Warren who was getting a lot of publicity for appearing on shows like The Young Turks and being a very open advocate for Elizabeth Warren. And she's apparently written like articles. She's a journalist, I guess, or I don't know, media figure or something, but she's written articles for different like mainstream publications out there and stuff. And she recently got exposed on Twitter for saying, not only having a lot of, abhorrent, saying a lot of abhorrent things in the past, which is what we're going to highlight in a second, but she also she made up a lot of things, or she lied about Bernie Sanders a lot to help boost Elizabeth Warren. So, because she's a surrogate for Elizabeth Warren, not just a supporter of Elizabeth Warren, but a surrogate. And she went on the Young Turks and talked about how, and I covered it in the past segments too, about how, and her name is Ashley Murray Preston. If you guys remember, I covered her was it the last podcast or maybe the podcast before that, about how she, lied about Bernie Sanders being, he doesn't, nobody actually has a plan for Medicare for all, ignoring the fact that Bernie Sanders clearly has a plan. So she's just pushing the same fucking talking points as Elizabeth Warren, who says that Medicare for all is just a framework and there's no details. So they're both liars and stuff. But when it comes to this, Ashley Murray Preston person, she was talking about how, there was another kind of situation recently where she was talking about how Bernie Sanders was, he hadn't gone to a LGBTQ rally since the 70s or something, even though he was advocating for LGBTQ rights, trans rights, especially in the 80s as mayor of Burlington, Vermont. So yeah, no, but she was just totally lying, making up making up bullshit about his record and stuff. It was just completely ridiculous. So, that was kind of like already bad enough. And exposing her as a fraud. But then when it came to past tweets that she had made, it showed that she was saying a lot of terrible things. Now, I just want to go on record as saying that I don't believe it's right necessarily to dig up old tweets from somebody, because I don't. Now it depends. I mean, you can dig them up and whatever, show them, but I don't think they should necessarily be judged by the views that they had years ago. But it's a totally different story when the person kind of rewrites that history. So I'm going to get to that in a second. So first, I want to read these tweets for you guys, and it's got a lot of crude language and stuff. I'm going to be reading these verbatim. So I'm sorry if I offend anybody using racist bad words and stuff, because it's important to say the words so that you guys understand the full context of what's being said here. But I'm going to be reading. So I just want to say first off that the article, if you guys want to check out the detail, you want to look at the tweets yourself and everything, the article that detailed all these different tweets from Ashley Murray Preston is from lawandcrime.com, and the title of the article is Elizabeth Warren Under Fire as Campaign Surrogates Racist, Homophobic Tweets Come to Light. Also sexist tweets in there, by the way. So why don't you check that out, and then if you want to get into more of the details here. But I'm going to read these tweets out, like I said, verbatim. So again, if I end up saying anything, any words that are offensive, racist, sexist, I apologize, but I just want you guys to get the full idea of what's going on here. So this is, so the first tweet here is from Ashley Murray Preston. It's from December 2010. It says, Latino and Asian businesses need to stop being rude and fucking disrespectful. And I know it's a lot to ask in California, but speak fucking English too. Yeah, I said it. McDonald's on Wilshire eating my salad and protein wrap. This Asian nigga keep looking at me, and then it cuts off after that. This Asian nigga in Subway got a fat ass. He almost looks like bitch from behind. Hashtag shaking my head, SMH. These are, by the way, from 2011. That one, the last one's from 2011. This next one is also 2011. February 2011. It says, just broke my phone on this Asian bitch's head. I have Asian friends, but they some motherfucking weirdos sometimes. I said it, but we all think it. Okay. September 2011, almost got hit by an Asian in a BMW as I crossed the street. Yes, I know what you mean, but the important thing is that we didn't say it. Say what? This one is January 2011. Hashtag racist ass, and then she retweeted somebody who said, I don't do Mexican, Asian, or Samoan. So have sex, I guess, with them. December 2010, she says, just cussed that Asian bitch. Clean the fuck out. You mess up my order and then blame me? Hashtag English is my first language. Bitch, never order again. So, and then this one is February 2011. Another damn Asian almost hit me while crossing. What the fuck is it with y'all and damn vehicles? I have no idea. I mean, this girl is basically just saying everything that you shouldn't be saying out in the open. Next one is also from February 2011. Asian hoes act like they won't get karate chopped in the motherfucking throat. What is this hoe staring at? Mind your beeswax, bitch. Hashtag bitch. Next one is hashtag shots fired, and that's retweeting sometimes somebody what somebody said, and they said, sometimes I wish I was Mexican so I could get free health care. My premium is too high. Fuck you, Kaiser. I mean, yeah, it sucks that your premium is high, but that's a bullshit conspiracy theory about how if you're Mexican you get free health care. But anyway, I should go without saying. What is this? No, I already read that one. This one is from April 2011. I love gay men, but this county clerk at Window G is a motherfucking faggot with it. He's bald but rockin' jewels, acrylic nails, and silk scarves. Quote, hashtag and shit. Now, by the way, this is a trans person. I believe at that time they weren't trans yet. They hadn't made the conversion yet. And they're talking about how somebody's a faggot. She's going to make a trans remark too, by the way, anti-trans remark too. So we'll get that in a second. Here she says, I love, this is from September 2011. I love strippers, not in like a gay way, but I think they're beautiful, and I think it's art in its own way. So hashtag quit hating. If you could, you would. So yeah, it's the part that says not in like a gay way. So you're like worried about people thinking you're gay. Okay, here it says, that is the last time I help that faggot fucker. He's bringing me problems. Truman help him. I don't know what Truman help him means. That one's from April 2011. This one's from January 2011. Got the 9 on these motherfuckers. Faggot cocksuckers. Leave them shook like jelly in a jam. Smuckers artist. Me. Lyricist. I think she's quoting a rap song, I think. Sounds like it. Let's see. And then this is a hash. So this is responding to a tweet or quote tweeting basically. It says LMAO, love it. I made it my favorite. Hashtag fuck out of here, and responding to a tweet that says, referring to this person, is a tranny, careful, and she smokes stress. So she's like laughing her ass off about somebody going after a transgender or transsexual person. That was March 2011. This next one is, got a few more left. Says, so this one is from April 2011. This cholo has so much fucking makeup on, she looks like a transvestite. Hashtag less is best. Another one from March 2011. Denora is a slimy slut. The kind of bitch that'll get fucked face down in a porta potty. The kind of bitch that, and then it cuts off after that. And the next one is August 2011. I think this girl overdosed. I hope her homegirl don't leave her with them dudes. Drunk, drugged up Asian bitches are a predator's dream. Thanks for letting us know. And then this one is from 2011. I believe it's September, I guess. September 2011 says, hashtag you should be ashamed if you take abortion pills like Flintstone vitamins. And then hashtag Denora Rico. I don't know what that is. And then the final one, so she's got a mix of everything. She's got homophobia, transphobia, sexism, racism, everything. She's covering the whole fucking playing field here. And then the last one is just violence. It says, bro, I'd beat, this is from 2000, this is actually recent, September 2018. She says, bro, I'd beat the dog shit out of you. Furry slipper wearing ass fuckboy. In real life, I'd smash your fucking head in like a can of A&W root beer. But I'ma fall back and let you keep pretending for the internet. Dick Ryder. So, that is a plethora of just ridiculous tweets. Now, again, I don't like to judge people based on tweets that they made, as well. Most of these from 2011, 2010. So about almost 10 years ago, 9-10 years ago. 8 years ago, if you want to be nice. Now, I usually wouldn't, have an issue with that, but it became an issue because it seemed like her mea culpa, her kind of admission, doesn't really line up to how she's portraying it to be. And she also goes on to blame her drug addiction issues. So, and this is in an apology. So she made a lot of people are considering a faux apology. I mean, she did apologize. She said, whatever, I apologize. But it just seems like she's blaming a lot of other factors. So let me read this for you guys. It says, at the height of my meth addiction 8 or 9 years ago, I made a series of racially insensitive and homophobic tweets. I wasn't out yet and was dealing with internalized transphobia while homeless in a neighborhood where I felt culturally inferior. I'd stay up for days on end tweeting from an impaired conscience while shadowboxing via tweet with anyone who made me feel less than. So from the outset, that doesn't make a lot of sense. She says she's homeless? She's homeless in a neighborhood. So how are you homeless, but you have access to an iPhone, right? Access to something, a computer, iPhone, something, and you're able to be on the internet and tweet out. And the fact that anybody is tweeting out, and this is something people were mentioning on Twitter, responding to her and stuff, how are you spending your time drug addicted tweeting about this shit? Like, usually when you're drug addicted, you're not going and tweeting out a bunch of stupid shit. A bunch of homophobic, racist, sexist, and transphobic shit. Okay, continuing on, it says, although those tweets were resurfaced as a political play, already trying to hedge here, I take full responsibility for my actions and deeply apologize to those I've offended or hurt. I also apologize to those indirectly impacted by these developments. At over 7.5 years clean and sober, I've learned to make amends when I'm wrong and to take complete accountability for my actions. I didn't have the education, information, mentorship, or cultural competence I have now. I'm also not strung out on drugs, and I have a clear heart and mind today, again blaming drugs. My life in recovery has been a living amends and in and of itself, and I fully intend to keep fighting on the front line for the rights of all marginalized people, as I've proactively done over the years and present day. While I deeply regret the past, it's a poignant reminder of how far I've come in my healing, growth, and personal development, and why maintaining my recovery is of the utmost importance. My life has always been an open book, and I've never shied away from any details of my journey, no matter how unsettling, unflattering, or exposed they make me feel. My imperfections, shortcomings, and connection to vulnerability are exactly what my platform was built on, and I fully lean into the discomfort of growth. Again, I apologize for my past actions, and I'm thankful to those who know exactly who I am and choose to love me through this moment. And to the people who dug up those tweets, thank you. I mean that with full sincerity. This gave me the opportunity to continue evolving while cleaning out the residual wreckage of my past. We can't heal what we don't reveal, but I'm prepared to delve deeper. So listen, again, let me reiterate. The fact that you made these offensive tweets a long time ago, that's not really a big issue with me. The issue I have is the fact that she was smearing Bernie Sanders, and the fact that she said things that she shouldn't be saying, lying about Bernie Sanders, when that's all bullshit and debunked by just 5 seconds, 10 seconds of Google research, But she's going out there as a surrogate of Elizabeth Warren, possible paid surrogate, because that's what surrogates are, not just a supporter. But when you're a surrogate, and you go on all these different outlets, and as I covered in the past segment, she's on TYT getting, smearing Bernie Sanders and not even getting called out for it. And, Anna Kasparian, who's interviewing her, isn't even calling her out for it. And Anna Kasparian, she got blamed for, not vetting her and stuff like that. I don't have an issue with Anna Kasparian on this whole thing, but I do have an issue with her not calling out Ashley Murray Preston when she says that nobody has all the details buttoned up or whatever on Medicare for all. She's repeating the same lies that Elizabeth Warren is by trying to shortchange Bernie Sanders when he has all the details on Medicare for all. So she's just pushing her same fucking propaganda. I covered that on the last podcast. So I take serious issue with that, and other people do too. So basically, what the point is that the larger issue is the fact that she was lying about Bernie Sanders. What these tweets portray, however, is that this person had horrible judgment going and tweeting a bunch of stupid shit about, tweeting all these things that she thinks about Asians and Hispanic people, Latinas, trans people, gay people, not so much gay people, women, so people that are like taking abortion pills like Flintstone vitamins or whatever. Like all this like offensive shit she's putting on Twitter, she's clearly got a terrible lack of judgment. But then her judgment is that's judgment from before. So you can say like, okay, fine, like that's not fair because it's from 9 years ago. But her judgment now is terrible too. So she clearly hasn't evolved at all, because when she puts out tweets right now, she's just straight up lying about Bernie Sanders and smearing him. So she's clearly got a history of terrible judgment and saying things that are just completely false and wrong and just offensive. And many people would consider the attacks against Bernie Sanders that she's put out there are offensive too. So she should be apologizing for that. Don't just apologize for racist, sexist, homophobic, and transphobic and whatever tweets, shitty tweets. You made 9 years ago, 10 years ago. That's not enough. You need to be apologizing. I mean, just in 2018, she was threatening to beat the dog shit out of somebody. So she's acting as if, I haven't done anything recently. No, you have. You smeared Bernie Sanders, somebody that is a opponent of the person that you're supporting in this presidential primary. You smeared them, and you haven't apologized for that. So I want to see an apology from Ashley Murray Preston for that. She's not going to be giving that though, and that's the issue that people were taking with her. That's the issue that people were taking with TYT, because she went on their air and she said things about Bernie Sanders that were untrue, and Ana Kasparian barely even bothered, debunking anything she was saying. She just, even in her own words, Ana Kasparian said, I want to slightly push back. I posted the segment, you guys can check it out. I'll put it in the description box if you want. But she said, I'll slightly push back. So, I mean, she didn't push back at all against what Ashley Murray Preston was saying about Bernie Sanders. And that's fucking troubling. That's not a good thing. And that's why TYT was getting called out. At least that's what I was calling them out for. I don't know what other people were doing. Whatever other people were doing was their own prerogative. But myself, I had an issue with the fact that she wasn't called out for her lines on TYT's air regarding Bernie Sanders. And if she was, it was very, very slightly, as Ana Kasparian admitted. So, and that's not right. And there was other segments where she was brought on TYT where she was, they were talking about Bernie Sanders, and then she would quickly flip the conversation and talk about, how wonderful Elizabeth Warren is. Like, we're talking about Bernie Sanders, and you're talking about Elizabeth Warren. Like, stick to the fucking subject. You come on here, you're talking about one politician, but you want to make it about somebody else. Now, it's fine. You support that person, but at least stick to the subject. And she didn't want to do that because she wants to boost and, put Elizabeth Warren on a pedestal and make her out to be wonderful, when in reality, she's not. And she's not a progressive, and she's not a lefty at all. So, and she's not like Bernie Sanders at all. And she doesn't believe in the policies that Bernie Sanders does, even though she pretends to. And she doesn't know the policies, and she claims to know the policies. She claims that the policies are just a framework and don't have all the details, and nobody's buttoned up on the details and stuff. You gotta go watch that segment I did about her interview on TYT. It was absolutely ridiculous. I'll post that in the description box below. You can check it out, because thinking back on it just fucking pisses me off how much she got away with there. But anyway, so again, these tweets that she sent out 8 or 9 years ago when she was going through her meth addiction or whatever, I don't know too many people that have a meth addiction that go on Twitter and rant. People are usually, if they have drug addictions, they're not on Twitter saying stupid shit. I'm sure maybe some of them are, but majority of them are not. And majority of the time, you don't have time to do that kind of stuff. You're so fucked up on being high and drugged up that you're not posting things like that on Twitter, offensive things on Twitter. So I don't know. Maybe some people do that, but I haven't seen it before. So it just seems like a weird excuse. But at the same time, aside from the fact that your judgment was horrible back then, saying those terrible things, whether you're on or not on drugs, the fact that you're still saying things right now that are wrong and offensive because you're lying about a progressive politician who's more progressive than your favorite politician, that shows your lack of judgment, and that shows what you're wrong about, and that's what people are calling you out for. So in the recent debate, there was another interesting exchange that happened between Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren, where Kamala was asking Elizabeth Warren to join her in wanting to basically kick President Donald Trump, off of Twitter, because Kamala Harris believes that Donald Trump's rhetoric that on there is so toxic, and he's saying a lot of things that are offensive and stuff. I don't want to give too much away though, so check out the segment, and then we'll talk about it on the other side. So check this out.
What we're talking about is a grave injustice when rules apply to some but not equally to all, and in particular when the rules that apply to the powerless don't apply to the powerful. And so, Senator Warren, I just want to say that I was surprised to hear that you did not agree with me that on this subject of what should be the rules around corporate responsibility for these big tech companies, when I called on Twitter to suspend Donald Trump's account, that you did not agree, and I would urge you to join me, because here we have Donald Trump, who has 65 million Twitter followers, and is using that platform as the President of the United States to openly intimidate witnesses, to threaten witnesses, to obstruct justice. And he and his account should be taken down. We saw in El Paso that shooter in his manifesto was informed by how Donald Trump uses that platform. And this is a matter of corporate responsibility. Twitter should be held accountable and shut down that site. It is a matter of safety and corporate accountability.
Thank you. Senator Warren, you can respond.
So, look, I don't just want to push Donald Trump off Twitter. I want to push him out of the White House. That's our job.
Join me in saying that his Twitter account should be shut down.
No, let's figure out why it is that we have had laws on the books for antitrust for over a century, and yet for decades now. We've all called on how the big drug companies are calling the shots in Washington, big ag, how the gun industry, big tech. We really need to address the elephant in the room, and that is how campaigns are financed.
You can't say you're for corporate responsibility if it doesn't apply to everyone.
I announced this morning that I'm not going to take any money from big tech executives, from Wall Street executives. We've already agreed, Bernie and I, we're not taking any money from big pharma executives. You can't go behind closed doors and take the money of these executives and then turn around and expect that these are the people who are actually finally going to enforce the laws. We need campaign finance rules and
Senator
practices
Warren. Senator Harris?
that support us all.
You can't. It does not represent a system of justice to say that the rules will apply differently to different people. This is a matter, you are saying, of holding big tech accountable. Yes. Holding big tech accountable because they have an outsized influence on people's perceptions about issues, and they actually influence behaviors. We all have to agree this is their power. It is immense.
Senator Klobuchar, let me bring you in here. Your response.
I'm not finished. And so what I am saying is that it seems to me that you would be able to join me in saying the rule has to apply to Twitter the same way it does to Facebook.
Look, I think all of the rules should apply across the board. I don't have a problem with that.
So you will join me in saying Twitter should shut down that account?
is that if we're going to talk seriously about breaking up big tech, then we should ask if people are taking money from the big tech executives. If we're going to talk seriously about breaking up big drug companies, we should ask if people are financing their campaigns by taking money from big drug executives. If we are going to talk about Wall Street and having some serious regulation over Wall Street, we should ask if people are funding their campaigns by taking money from those executives.
Thank you,
So long
Senator
as that's
Klobuchar.
what
Let's
I
bring you in
would
here.
like to have a different.
So clearly, you could see there. Kamala was constantly pressuring her, and Warren was being very evasive, and she did not want to respond to that question directly. She kept talking. She kept going back to her faux aggressive, well, somewhat progressive talking points that I don't truly believe that she believes in, but she puts them out there. So her talking points, when they're talking points, they're not progressive, because you're just repeating a bunch of shit that you've rehearsed. But she was clearly being evasive, and she just didn't want to respond to it. But the bigger point is this shows the desperation of Kamala Harris to want to, because listen, Kamala Harris is not gaining any kind of traction in this primary. After she got destroyed by what's her name, Tulsi Gabbard, not the last debate, but the debate before that, because Gabbard wasn't in the last debate, but the debate before that, she got fucking destroyed by Tulsi, and she hasn't been able to regain her footing back, and now she's trying to desperately, hang on to some sort of niche, issue. And the issue is going after Trump. So what she's doing is she's using Trump as like a proxy to get Democrats to be like, oh, well, you're not weak on going after Trump. I am, and this is what I'm doing. So it's just a ploy for her to try to one-up Trump and pretend as if she's so good at taking on Trump, and her way is to try and kick him off Twitter. It's so ridiculous and stupid. It doesn't solve anything. But anyway, So let's just get more into the details here. It says Kamala Harris took issue with what she calls, quote, a grave injustice. And she explained how the rules apply to some, but not equally to all, and in particular the rules that apply to the powerless, but not the powerful. So this is her attempt at pretending to be like standing up for the little guy, and portraying herself as like, oh, I'm a fighter for, the average Joe and the average Jane out there, because they don't get treated fairly on Twitter. Now, to be fair, she's correct. She's not wrong, but the solution to that is not getting Trump off of Twitter, because getting Trump off of Twitter, it's not like he's going to be. It's not like he's going to be like some sort of megaphone for him is going to be taken away. Now, to be fair, he is, like, Twitter is a big megaphone. Obviously, it's not a literal megaphone, but it is a big thing it's a big tool that he uses to get his message out there. But that doesn't mean that if he isn't on Twitter, that he's not going to be able to just go and give speeches in the Oval Office, or go speeches at rallies, or speeches on the White House lawn, or whatever, in front of the White House, wherever the hell he gives speeches. The West Wing, not the West Wing. I don't know, one of those rooms that they go and get speeches in. It's not like he's not going to be able to go and do that, and she's portraying it as if, oh, well, I'm standing up for the little guy, and the solution, my solution for getting rid of, fighting for the little guy is to get rid of the biggest bully out there, or whatever, however she wants to put it. And that's her mentality. She wants to bully, she wants to try and take on the big bully Donald Trump. And that's her thing. That's her shtick at the moment. And again, she's desperate to do that. She's desperate to get some sort of, make some sort of niche for herself and get herself attention by portraying herself as taking on Trump, because other people in the primary aren't doing the same thing. So she's creating this thing for herself as if she's taking on Trump, even though she's at the moment has no chance to take on Donald Trump in a general election. And then so she gets into detail about how the rules around, quote, the rules around corporate responsibility with big tech companies, especially in regards to suspending Donald Trump's Twitter account, and why Warren doesn't agree with her. So yeah, she's getting into that, and this is the whole idea of the rules around corporate responsibility or accountability, whatever the hell term she uses. It is not the responsibility of big tech companies to restrict the free speech rights of people. Now, again, Donald Trump is getting rid of Donald Trump on Twitter. I get it. Like, he has abused the platform. He has abused it by declaring war on there, and he's poking and prodding at Kim Jong-un, the head of North Korea and stuff, and all that shit. He's trying to declare war on Twitter. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, no, I get it, and I get that's a terms of service violation. I understand that whole thing, but anybody that thinks that this is like some sort of, what did she say, grave injustice, like, it's not. It's not going to fix anything to get Trump off of Twitter. And at the end of the day, what you are advocating for, because even if you're doing to Donald Trump, who's got does he have the most followers ever? I don't know, probably not. But whatever, 65 million followers, however many followers he has in that range. I don't know how much it is now, but whatever, number of millions and millions of followers he has, his existence on Twitter is just as important as anybody else's. And getting rid of him will create the standard for getting rid of anybody else and everybody else. And as somebody who's constantly on Twitter and follows, keeps track of who follows me and who doesn't follow me, I always see people getting kicked off Twitter, and they're people that are so they were on Twitter. They got kicked off for, I don't know, whatever bullshit reason, probably, and then they had to get back on under another username, and then they keep getting kicked off. They keep getting kicked off. They keep getting once again and again and again. So this is a situation where people, and again, the reasons that they initially get kicked off for are bullshit. That's something that happened to me too, and it's something that but a lot of these things, it's happening. It's because Twitter is they're so clueless about how to monitor the platform. And I know it's not easy. It's not like if I had to deal with people on Twitter, handling a platform and getting rid of people on Twitter who are violating whatever terms of service that they shouldn't be violating. But at the same time, it's a matter of dealing with the matter of free speech and whether you have the right to be on there and say things that you should be able to say. So yes, Donald Trump, I understand the idea of getting rid of Donald Trump because he's violating a terms of service. They're also saying that he shouldn't be allowed, nor any politician should be allowed to block people on Twitter, because then you're suppressing their free speech to complain to you, which is their representative, whether it's a president, because the president's representing us, whether it's your representative within Congress, Senate, or the president, or whatever. You shouldn't be allowed to block them, because then you're suppressing their ability to have free speech. And so I get it. I understand the idea of wanting to get rid of him because he did violate those terms. But at the same time, again, it's not going to do anything to fix the ultimate problem that is Donald Trump being a crazy lunatic. He's still going to be able to find ways to say what he says and do what he does. So it's not going to change anything. And Kamala Harris is, I don't know. She's obviously not. She's so desperate that she's just willing to just latch onto any old fucking random shtick that she can find, niche that she can find, so that she can go out there and advocate for it and pretend as if she's different from everybody else. This is the same thing that Beto O'Rourke was doing in the last debate, when he was talking about how he wants to do a gun confiscation or ban on guns, or something like that. And that's something that's polling very, very low. This is something that Kyle Kulinski from Secular Talk was talking about. And yeah, and he was talking about how it's ridiculous to advocate for something like, because it's so, it's not even polling well. It's not something that people are asking for right now. Now they are talking about regulations on guns, because maybe even majority of NRA members, for example, are advocating for that. So, but when it comes down to it, this is it's not if you poll people, how many people are going to go out there and say yeah, totally, let's get Donald Trump off of Twitter? That's not going to fly. people aren't going to be in favor of that because they know that they've probably gone through the same exact thing, or they, I don't know, maybe they know somebody that went through the same exact thing, right? So especially if you're on Twitter, let's just say people that are always on Twitter, right? Poll them and ask them, should Donald Trump get kicked off Twitter? Honestly, I don't think a majority of people would be in favor of that. Now, if you ask like partisans and people that are like, oh, I hate Trump because he's Trump and I just want to get rid of him, I want to shut him up, they would be in favor. But I think if you ask large majority of Americans, people on the left, people on the right, independents in the middle, whatever, non-political, apolitical, I think if you ask people, I think majority of them polled would say that they would not be in favor of Trump getting kicked off Twitter because they wouldn't think that it would solve the problem of what is Donald Trump and his dangerous rhetoric. But at the same time, they know it would affect all other people that are on Twitter and that are saying things and that are getting kicked off Twitter for bullshit reasons. Now, again, Kamala Harris talks to that and she says like, oh yeah, well, it's rules apply to some, but not equally to all, and in particular, the rules that apply to the powerless, but not the powerful. But you can't make these decisions as like a whole thing, like powerful, powerless. And like at the end of the day, you need to allow free speech for everybody, and you need to allow people to be able to speak their piece. Now, if they do it in the wrong way, I understand getting rid of them. But again, a lot of people are kicked off of social media and Twitter for bullshit reasons. People get their Twitter accounts, let alone YouTube accounts, let alone whatever social media accounts, they get these things restricted and smeared as whatever. Like there's YouTube accounts that are YouTube, like for example, like RT is like it's a whatever. It's a foreign agent or whatever, just because this whole hysteria about Russia, and that's fine. I mean, like they are Russian, that's fine. But I mean, like they portray it as like this big this boogeyman because it's Russia, and they do the same exact thing with everybody on Twitter who doesn't put out the talking points that people want. So Russian agent or Russian bots or whatever. So it's like everybody is something because they portray that person on Twitter as being that way when they're not. So the person could be from America, United States, whatever, and they're called a Russian bot, and it's just ridiculous. And people get away with saying that shit, and it should not be allowed. And at the end of the day, it's really, really unfortunate how Kamala Harris wants to latch onto this idea when she just can't gain traction on anything else. She couldn't gain traction on Medicare for all. She couldn't gain traction on any other policy, tuition-free college on stuff. So she's going with this because she's that desperate to find something to, gain a certain audience to support her, I guess. And then she explains how Trump has 65 million followers and uses that platform as president to openly intimidate witnesses, to threaten witnesses, and distract from, destroy. I don't know. I think I wrote this wrong. Threaten witnesses, and then obstruct justice. Yeah, so obstruct justice. Yeah, I mean that's a perfectly fine complaint. But is that? I mean, I don't know. is that I don't know what the terms of service of Twitter are. I mean, and mostly it comes down to threatening violence and stuff. Which again, he did that regarding threatening war and stuff. So it's like. I understand, I get it. The terms of service he has violated, but again, it's not an issue this is not an issue of importance where you want to get rid of Donald Trump because it's going to affect everybody else, and it already is affecting everybody else. So you're going to continue to perpetuate the system. And then she claims how, for example, the El Paso shooter in Texas, which was a mass shooting that recently happened, the El Paso shooter's manifesto, where he was informed by how Donald Trump uses that platform, and she made the point that this is a matter of safety and corporate responsibility. Therefore, Twitter should be held accountable and shut down. So she's talking about how this is a matter of corporate responsibility and safety. I mean. So now we're not safe if certain people have Twitter? I don't know. It's such a slippery slope, and it's a slippery slope with the idea of getting rid of Donald Trump too. Again, you're obstructing somebody's free speech, and in the case of Donald Trump, he can go and give a speech, so it's not going to matter. But it's again, it's going to affect everybody else too. So it's not like it's just, get rid of Donald Trump on Twitter, all of our problems are solved. No, that doesn't work like that. And using the El Paso shooter as a manifest. Like, how many people are truly using Twitter to lead them to going and doing a mass shooting? I don't understand the connection there. It doesn't make any sense. So he saw how Donald Trump uses that platform, and then what? What does that have to do with him going and committing a mass shooting? It's not like it's not like him not being on Twitter would have, being kicked off of Twitter would have prevented a mass shooting. That doesn't make any sense. So that doesn't, I don't understand what she's making, what point she's trying to make there. And then so Warren responds by saying that she doesn't want to just push Donald Trump. She doesn't want to get rid of Donald Trump on Twitter, but she wants to push him out of the White House. And she talks about how all the big lobbying industries have too much money and influence on the political system, particularly big tech, big agriculture, the gun lobby, Wall Street, big pharma, and she claims how she will not be taking donations from those entities. And then they just go further on and on. So it's it's clear that they were both looking pretty stupid in that exchange, because Warren was just completely evading Kamala's attempts at being her typical prosecutorial self there, and pressing her and shit on that. So and what's her name was evading all the questions like a lawyer would, like a defense attorney. But yeah, it's this focus that Kamala Harris has on this it's really petty and stupid, and I just think it's her, aside from the fact that she might have a case regarding Donald Trump violating the terms of service, I think it's just her way of just trying to pretend how she's taking on Donald Trump. I don't think she really truly cares about how Twitter is, how powerless people are not treated as fairly as the powerful. She doesn't give a shit about that kind of stuff. If she truly cared about that stuff, would she be jailing people, people that smoke weed, putting them in jail as when she was Attorney General and what was the DA of San Francisco? Would she be throwing innocent people into jail, or people that smoke marijuana, or keeping people on death row when evidence showed that they shouldn't have been there in the first place? Like, her. Not only is this specific shtick pathetic, but the shtick of her pretending to stand up for the power, standing up against the powerful for the powerless is, it's so transparent. You can see it's an act. She doesn't give a shit about that stuff. If she truly cared, she would have stood up for the people that she was constantly throwing into jail. She's a fucking prosecutor, whatever you want to call her, but she was throwing people into jail for bullshit fucking reasons, and then now all of a sudden she's pretending as if she's standing up for us regular folk out there. Get the fuck out of here, man. You don't give a shit about what we're going through. If you really, really cared, you wouldn't have been doing what you were doing when you were Attorney General, and locking up people, and then basically just going along with your day and pretending you're going along with your job as if you're doing the right thing. Oh, I was just doing my job. Yeah, you did a terrible job doing your job. So for anybody to think that you would be standing up for regular people as president, let alone doing it as Attorney General, if you think we're truly going to fall for that, you got another thing coming. So in the last debate, Tulsi Gabbard, who was able to qualify for this past debate that happened on Tuesday, she used that opportunity to actually go after the mainstream media, specifically CNN and the New York Times, who just happened to be the ones that were sponsoring this debate, because it was airing on CNN, and then one of the moderators was from the New York Times, and by the way, that person was asking horrible questions, as I detailed on my coverage of the debate, my live coverage. So yeah, they all did a shitty job, but the guy from the New York Times was abhorrent. So yeah, but Tulsi used that as an opportunity to call them out, because first of all, the New York Times smeared her in an article. Somebody named Lisa Lehrer from the New York Times wrote an article titled "What Exactly is Tulsi Gabbard Up To?" And they were talking about how she was talking about boycotting the debate and shit, but they specifically used that article to smear her as being friendly to the alt-right and Russians, and which is not a surprising tactic. So obviously there's more to this whole thing than this, but so it started off with this article, and this was before, I don't know how many days, maybe like less than a week before the debate, maybe 3 or 4 days before the debate. They put out this article where they basically, again, smeared her as friendly to the alt-right and the Russians, which not surprising considering what they've always been doing to her anyway. So that was kind of just like the first shot from the bow at Tulsi Gabbard, and I personally didn't think it would get further from that. I thought that would be enough considering what they've done to her before, but the mainstream media, as usual, overstepped their bounds, and they went even further. So CNN joined in on the fun here, and this was the night of the debate, I believe. Yeah, this was the night of the debate. So check out this clip on CNN where one of their guests, Bakari Sellers, smears Tulsi Gabbard. And this clip from CNN was laying the groundwork. This is my theory. This whole process started with the New York Times article, and now CNN got involved, and this is them laying the groundwork to go after her. So check this out, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
There is a chance that Tulsi's not just working for the United States of America, but I digress. So,
wait a minute. What does that mean?
That's not just an allegation. I firmly believe that.
Message is coming now.
No, here I know. Watch the bots come on Twitter now. I firmly believe that Tulsi Gabbard stands on that stage is the antithesis to what the other 11 individuals stand for, especially when it comes to issues such as foreign policy. There is no question. Yeah. There is no question that Tulsi Gabbard, of all the 12, is a puppet for the Russian government.
I mean, that was strong. How is there no question?
Well, I think that you look at her relationships, doing the bidding, her relationships and affection for people like Bashar al-Assad, her admiring somebody who we know to be a war criminal, propping them up. I think that those are questions that are going to have to be answered.
Obviously, with Syria in the news, obviously this will come up tonight. I mean, I don't know that it will be framed the way you are.
I mean, this guy said that, and he barely got any fucking pushback from the host there, which is Alison Camerado on CNN. So he just got away with like just a total smear there, just completely saying, putting it out there. Just laying the groundwork about how, Tulsi Gabbard, totally. She's a Russian asset. She's a Russian working for the Russian government. Where's his proof? Nothing. He's got no evidence of that. Just pulled it out of his ass, completely made it up. So what does Tulsi Gabbard do? She calls out CNN and the New York Times directly to their face. Not only for Bakari Sellers' comment there, but also the New York Times article that was, as the New York Times article that I detailed what exactly is Tulsi Gabbard up to. So, and by the way, Bakari Sellers was somebody that was smearing Bernie Sanders in 2016 too, because he was a big-time Hillary Clinton advocate and surrogate supporter, whatever he was. And he was a big-time supporter of hers, and he used that opportunity to smear Bernie Sanders in 2016 with a bunch of bullshit. And I remember calling him out on Twitter for that and shit too, because he's a fucking smear mushroom. And that's clear. It's clear that he's continuing that trend in 2020, 2019, and 2020 as well. So check out Tulsi Gabbard. On the debate stage, basically the first question that she received, and she just lays into CNN and the New York Times here. Check it out.
Congresswoman Gabbard, last week you said that American troops should get out of Syria now. You don't agree with how the president handled the withdrawal. What would you have done differently? How would you have pulled out troops without the bloodshed we're seeing now?
Oh, first of all, we've got to understand the reality of the situation there, which is that the slaughter of the Kurds being done by Turkey is yet another negative consequence of the regime change war that we've been waging in Syria. Donald Trump has the blood of the Kurds on his hand, but so do many of the politicians in our country from both parties who have supported this ongoing regime change war in Syria that started in 2011, along with many in the mainstream media who have been championing and cheerleading this regime change war. Not only that, but New York Times and CNN have also smeared veterans like myself for calling for an end to this regime change war. Just 2 days ago, the New York Times put out an article saying that I'm a Russian asset and an Assad apologist and all these different smears. This morning, a CNN commentator said on national television that I'm an asset of Russia. Completely despicable.
Damn. All right. Well, Tulsi is not having their shit, not dealing with their bullshit there. So you can see she's not happy, and so that was her attempt at quelling all of that, any of that bullshit there. So that was good to see. Definitely, that was a good thing to see there. But it's obviously that's not like the mainstream media isn't going to take that laying down. And the corporate Democrats and the mainstream media, they're not going to put up with that shit. So who do they send in? Queen Hillary. Who else? So Queen Hillary Clinton, decided to chime in on this during an appearance on David Plouffe's show. So David Plouffe is a former, I believe, advisor to Barack Obama. Seems like a lot of these guys are getting podcasts now. So he has a podcast, and he had Hillary Clinton on here. And check out what she says. So this is, again, CNN, New York Times started they started off with the first shots at Tulsi. Tulsi and then CNN has a guest on that says the same thing as what New York Times is saying. Tulsi goes on, attacks them rightfully, calls them out, and then what do? They send out the big dogs, and it's Hillary Clinton. Now look at what she says.
So one, it's connected to the discussion we just had, and actually about social media earlier in our discussion. Donald Trump, as you know better than anyone in the world, only got 46.1% of the vote nationally. He got 47.2 in Wisconsin, 47.7 in Michigan. If you had said those before the election, you would have said he's going to lose in a landslide.
Right.
But one of the reasons he was able to win is the third party vote.
Right.
And what's clear to me, you mentioned, he's going to just lie. I mean, you forgot, he's going to say whoever our nominee is will ban hamburgers and steaks, and you
Absolutely.
can't fly and infanticide, and people will believe this. So how concerned are you about that? For me, so much of this does come down to the win number. If he has to get 49 or even 49.5 in a bunch of these, I don't think he can. So he's going to try and drive at people, not to vote for him, but just to say, you can't vote for them either. And that seems to be, I think, to the extent that I can divine a strategy, their key strategy right now.
Well, I think there's going to be two parts, and I think it's going to be the same as 2016. Don't vote for the other guy. You don't like me, don't vote for the other guy, because the other guy's going to do X, Y, and Z, or the other guy did such terrible things. And I'm going to show you in these, flashing videos that appear and then disappear, and they're on the dark web and nobody can find them. But you're going to see them, and you're going to see that person doing these horrible things. They're also going to do third party again. And I'm not making any predictions, but I think they've got their eye on somebody who's currently in the Democratic primary and are grooming her to be the third party candidate. She's the favorite of the Russians. They have a bunch of sites and bots and other ways of supporting her so far. And that's assuming Jill Stein will give it up, which she might not, because she's also a Russian asset.
Agent,
yeah, she's a Russian asset. I mean, totally. And so they know they can't win without a third party candidate. And so I don't know who it's going to be, but I will guarantee you they'll have a vigorous third party challenge in the key states that they most need it.
Okay, so first of all, Jill Stein isn't even the nominee for the Green Party. She's not running in 2020. I think they're going with Howie Hawkins. He's another guy that's been a favorite of the Green Party and has been, I think he's tried to run before too, within the party's primary process. So it's Howie Hawkins. It's not Jill Stein. So what are you talking about her giving up the reins? She's not even in. She's not even running. So I don't know what you're talking about. That's A. B. So again, she points to zero evidence. She just puts it out there. Oh, she's got bots and she's got this and she's got that. It's just whatever. And by the way, she's referring to Tulsi Gabbard. She doesn't say Tulsi's name. They ask her or one of her advisors later, and her advisors basically say, yeah, they make some like snarky joke or something, and they say, yeah, that's pretty much, yeah, if the glove fits, yeah, pretty much. Like they don't say it outright. So it's like, why can't you just say her name? So that's the thing. If they would have said her name, then it would have been slander. even though, well, Bacardi Sellers said it and he didn't. That's not considered slander. But Hillary Clinton's too fucking scared. She's she's coward. She's a coward, so she doesn't want to say it outright. So she just say, oh yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, wink, wink, nod, nod. Yeah, she's a favorite of the Russians. Zero proof, zero evidence. I'm just going to put it out there. Yeah, so that's, I mean, she's just like, but listen, this is, if you notice, this is becoming the anatomy of a smear. You see this? This is what the mainstream media does. They put this stuff out there and they start and develop a smear job against somebody and anybody that, dares to call out the establishment. And it's, it's something that this is what they do. They're so good at doing these kind of things, and they're so good at, trying to again, sow discord, but more importantly, manufacture consent and manufacture something that is not true, but you just put it out there and you're just like, I don't know, make your own determination, right? The media just puts out the information, you make up your own mind. It's the old Fox News trick. We report, you decide. But yeah, if you're reporting misinformation and bullshit, how are we supposed to decide? We decide by, believing a bunch of shit that you're saying that's not even true. So, I mean, it's the classic Fox News trick, and the mainstream media is using it, to their advantage, and these are the same people that claim Fox News isn't real news. No, you're not real news. None of you are real news. You, Fox News, none of you. MSNBC, all of you guys are fucking frauds and propagandists. Okay, so let me get to some of the attacks, the smear jobs that were lobbed against her. So like kind of the, post-debate, post-Hillary Clinton comments that were lobbed against her, kind of basically backing up what Hillary Clinton said. So this is going to be, hold on. So I'm going to play these. This is 3 different clips, 3 different segments, all in one. It's just like a mashup of the 3 different segments where CNN used it to, push the kind of the whole Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset thing. So check out this. Check out this clip here, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Experts say that Gabbard has been covered more by certain Russian propaganda arms and has had moments of her campaign trumpeted by bots and trolls on Twitter that do have ties to Russia. It is pretty shocking to me to hear her use these terms. Her campaign wasn't known for throwing caution to the wind. She certainly wasn't in 2016. And these comments about Gabbard, about Stein, certainly show that she's doing that. Now, part of the reason is she's a former Secretary of State. She cares a lot about issues dealing with Russia, Ukraine, and meddling. But it's also because she thinks 2020 is so important and doesn't want what she believes happened to her to happen again in 2020.
Let's bring you in now, and we won't hog the conversation anymore. At the debate, Tulsi Gabbard talked about a regime change war in Syria, which critics and some experts call a Kremlin talking point. She faced criticism for meeting with Assad and refusing to call him a war criminal, and we've seen reporting from the New York Times that shows interest in Gabbard among Kremlin-linked news sites. So tell me, how do you see this?
Well, Don, I think that there can't be any doubt that the Russians are indeed planning more shenanigans, more attacks on our democracy, more active measures for 2020. And we know that they've probably learned something from 2016, and so they're going to be a little bit better about it. They're definitely looking for ways to create, if you can imagine such a thing, more political chaos in the United States, greater friction, and greater problems between ourselves and our allies. So, it makes all sorts of sense. If I'm the Russian intelligence officer who's responsible for running that operation, for trying to disrupt the 2020 elections, I'm going to be looking for people, who might draw, votes away from the Democratic favorite, somebody who is going to cause chaos, who's going to make us have the very conversation that we're having right now.
So do you see any evidence of it?
Our own system.
Do you see any evidence of it, and also where it relates to Tulsi Gabbard? Is Hillary Clinton onto something?
I think there is evidence of it, but I'm not sure it's completely associated with Tulsi Gabbard. I think Hillary Clinton probably went a step too far when she said Gabbard is an asset, but that's a phrase that's thrown around, all the time.
But they're saying the Russians may be using her. Is that I think that's what she said she means.
Yeah, the Russians are always looking for people, many of them well-intentioned, who don't understand how well Russians can manipulate a situation. And Tulsi Gabbard does fit into that category, as did Jill Stein and a whole lot of other American politicians. So the Russians are definitely looking for something. Whether they've focused in on Gabbard like Clinton says, I don't know that there's any evidence for that yet.
I think a lot of Democrats were skeptical about Tulsi Gabbard before. She's aligned with Hindu nationalists. She's aligned with right-wing authoritarian figures like Sisi in Egypt and other figures, that are controversial that Democrats don't typically support. She's got an anti-gay past.
So you can see it. CNN is in the business of, and to be fair, I'm going to play some segments that it's going to kind of be surprising, but CNN is in the business of making sure that they smear Tulsi Gabbard as much as possible, at the expense of the establishment, so that the establishment can feel better about themselves, making sure that the Russian asset and the Putin apologist and the Assad apologist isn't around to fuck anything up. Basically, that's the whole mentality. You have to, basically, it's like Operation Get Rid of Tulsi, right? So that's their whole mentality. And CNN is doing this, and CNN loves doing this. And now I'm going to play one more segment here, which which is interesting. But before I get to that, notice all the talking points that they're putting out there. So they're talking about how, she's totally using a rhetoric that the Kremlin likes, and the Kremlin, those are experts say that these are Kremlin talking points. That's what Don Lemon was saying. The Kremlin has been using these, or they like these talking points, and this is what they like to hear. And the experts have come up with they've analyzed it, and they figured out that's what they like to hear. It's like it's just like a bunch of assumptions and just made up bullshit where just because you say that you're in favor of you're against regime change wars, all of a sudden you're a Putin apologist and a Russian asset or whatever it is, Assad apologist. Because we're not against endless wars and regime change wars and endless wars and wars where we're killing innocent people. Because you're against that, because you're anti-imperialist, apparently that means you're in favor of you're on the Russians payroll or something, or on the Putin payroll, and you're apologizing for that. Okay, well, if that makes me a Putin apologist, then I'm fully on board with that, because I'm standing up for not pushing endless wars. I don't understand how that's a bad thing. These people are idiots. They think that's a bad thing. It's so absurd, and they think they've got it all figured out. So I want to play this. I want to play this one last clip from. It's one last negative clip, at least from. This is actually MSNBC. It's a short one. Look at these idiots chuckling at Tulsi Gabbard's response to Hillary Clinton, because she responded via Twitter. She responded via Twitter by basically, she called her the queen of warmongers and stuff, which was an excellent response by Tulsi. So check out these MSNBC idiots, pundits, laughing at the fact that she got called out.
One thing that was interesting about Tulsi Gabbard's response, she went after Hillary Clinton. She was strong. She said that she wasn't going to run as a third-party candidate. She never denied being a Russian asset. That was the one aspect that was missing from her response, which you think that would be the first, in the first line or two. It was not there.
When Hillary Clinton says there's a Russian asset, doesn't say anybody's name, and Tulsi Gabbard goes, "How dare you call me a Russian asset?"
Right.
This is...
Well, but to Kimberly's point, she didn't say
she didn't even say she wasn't.
She said it was a Russian asset. To your point, Hillary Clinton didn't name names, but there's Congresswoman Gabbard go me.
So she wanted the attention, of course.
Look at that. Look at how they regard Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, she's just looking for attention. But look, Tulsi Gabbard didn't deny that she was a Russian asset, so she must be a Russian asset. You didn't deny that you're not beating your wife, so you must be beating your wife. You didn't deny that you like to kill puppies and kittens. You must be in favor of killing puppies and kittens. You must be in favor of that, because you didn't deny this absurd statement, this absurd characterization that is based on zero facts. Because you didn't deny it, you must be those things that this fucking troll, essentially what Hillary Clinton is these days, a troll, what this troll puts out there as fact when it's not even close to fact. Because you didn't deny their baseless accusation, that means you're agreeing with what they're saying. It's ridiculous. These fucking idiots at MSNBC, man. They've gotten even worse and worse every single time I watch them. So check out this. There's a couple CNN segments that actually ended up defending Tulsi Gabbard. It was surprising considering obviously it is CNN. This first one was from Van Jones. So Van Jones, he's a former Democratic operative, worked for the Obama administration. I think he's a contributor to CNN, I guess. So check this out and then talk about it on the other side.
Okay, so just a fact, huh? Tulsi Gabbard's a Russian asset and Jill Stein's a Russian asset. Out front now, Van Jones, host of the Van Jones Show. So that's how she puts it out there. I mean,
she's playing a very dangerous game. I mean, Hillary Clinton. If you're concerned about disinformation, if you're concerned, what the Russians do is they spread disinformation, they get us divided against each other. That is what just happened. Just throw out some information, disinformation, smear somebody. She is Hillary Clinton. She's a legend. She's going to be in the history books. She's a former nominee of our party, and she just came out against a sitting U.S. Congresswoman, a decorated war veteran, and somebody who's running for the nomination of our party with just a complete smear and no facts.
she called her a Russian asset as a fact, and as you point out, sitting U.S. Congresswoman.
A sitting U.S. Congresswoman. Now, this is a very, very dangerous game, and there's a backstory here. And there's two sides to every story. Let's not forget, Tulsi Gabbard was picked out by the Democratic Party establishment and put at the top of the DNC. They thought she was going to be their golden girl. And she got in that position, the DNC, and she looked around. She saw Debbie Wasserman Schultz and other people, Clinton allies, doing stuff they shouldn't have been doing in the primary. And Tulsi publicly quit and then endorsed Bernie Sanders. And it's been payback hell ever since.
And that's what we are here. But
payback hell ever
since. Gabbard's responded with a tweet storm. She says, "Thank you, Hillary Clinton. You, the queen of warmongers, embodiment of corruption and personification of the rot that has sickened the Democratic Party for so long, have finally come out from behind the curtain. From the day I announced my candidacy, there has been a concerted campaign to destroy my reputation. We wondered who was behind it and why. Now we know it was always you. Through your proxies and powerful allies in the corporate media and war machine, afraid of the threat I pose, it's now clear this primary is between you and me. Don't cowardly hide behind your proxies. Join the race directly."
Yeah, getting kind of hot. It's getting kind of hot, and this is a problem. We're headed down this spiral staircase. You had a Pelosi and Trump. You had a big blow up there. Whoever you blame, you can't be proud of America when you have food fights breaking out in the White House between the top leadership. You can't be proud when we can't have a primary without the former nominee jumping on a podcast, throwing out aspersions, and then we're in a tweet war. We got real problems in America. But I'm telling you, Hillary Clinton is playing a very dangerous game. I do not want somebody of her stature to legitimate these kind of tactics against anybody. If you've got real evidence, come forward with it. But if you're just going to smear people casually on podcasts, you're playing right into the Russians' hands.
Right, and they could be, Russians can be backing someone. This is very different than calling that person a Russian asset.
Well, I
think it's just important.
It's really, really, really disappointing.
That's a very surprising take from Van Jones. Not so much Van Jones, but it's the fact that that CNN would bring him on, and even Erin Burnett, she's the queen of just like fucking establishment status quo, and just pushing out all that establishment rhetoric that we always hear from the mainstream media. It's very surprising to see her actually, sounding fairly sane and putting out an opinion that's not ridiculous. But Van Jones is right there. She is playing a dangerous game, and she is putting out misinformation, and she's getting away with being able to put misinformation. And it's really sad that, Hillary the troll can say these things and get away with it, and everybody's totally okay with it. Luckily, like I said, they're, CNN is going out there and saying, yeah, this is fucked up. You shouldn't be doing this. So there's this one more segment here I want to play for you guys where they have kind of a similar conversation. It's a panel of 4 women here that are having the conversation, and majority of them seem to agree that Hillary was stepping over the line saying this. Check it out.
Just because she has views that might align with Russia on some matters, including Syria, for example, is that really responsible for Hillary Clinton to say she's a Russian asset, like something out of the movie Red Sparrow?
Right. And something off of sort of social media in the Twitterverse, too, as well, because this is what you hear. You know, if you're on Twitter, this is a lot of the conversation around Tulsi Gabbard from many Democrats who do see that she or feel like she is something of a spoiler in this race, that her views align with Russia in many ways. But it's surprising coming from Hillary Clinton in many ways. But again, I mean, she went through this in 2016. I think part of her strategy here is to say there are always these things that could be going on in this election that we didn't pay attention to in 2016, and she's sort of raising sort of the warning signs going forward for what might happen in 2020. I mean, that is sort of a charitable view of what she could be doing.
So Gabbard just tweeted a response. Let me read it. She said, quote, "Great, thank you, Hillary Clinton. You, the queen of warmongers, embodiment of corruption and personification of the rot that has sickened the Democratic Party for so long, have finally come out from behind the curtain. From the day I announced my candidacy, there has been a concerted campaign to destroy my reputation. We wondered who was behind it and why. Now we know it was always you, through your proxies and powerful allies in the corporate media and war machine, afraid of the threat I pose. It's now clear that this primary is between you and me. Don't cowardly hide behind your proxies. Join the race directly." Now, there is a bigger foreign policy debate to be had, and Tulsi Gabbard very aggressively talks about ending the forever wars. She's a veteran. She has standing to say that. Now she's saying, Hillary Clinton, you're behind the smear campaign against me. Join the race. It's you against me.
Yeah, so they're not friends right now. Listen, Gabbard's statement is a little overwrought, but she has every right to defend herself. A former Secretary of State is just declaring her to be a Russian asset. That is deeply unfair. And if you have a problem with the way that Donald Trump smears people, well, you need to take a look at Hillary Clinton, because what she just did to Tulsi is no better than what Donald Trump does to people all the time.
And Hillary Clinton goes on, Nayara, to suggest that Putin has compromising dirt on President Trump. And so what do you make of that?
Well, we do know that Russians writ large do look for opportunities to peel off third-party candidates, so as the Jill Stein challenges, and that individual states can turn on 1 or 2 percentage points. So I think there's a broader question of how Russia is going to look to take advantage of 2020 and instill its own version of chaos, 2.0.
Mueller, I don't think, was able to find any evidence of this rumor that the Russians have anything. But I'll tell you, all this discord, I'm not blaming this on anybody in this country, but Putin, I'm sure, loves this.
Of course they do. This is exactly what they did lay out in the Mueller report, just how much they like to sow disinformation. That's why when Hillary Clinton makes a claim like this, there are valid critiques of Tulsi Gabbard, but to say something like this, it just makes you wonder.
Well, just bring the evidence if you have it, and if not, don't say that
and don't say it
somebody's
on
a Russian
background.
asset.
She didn't say, she couldn't even confirm it in her own words that it was Tulsi she was referencing. An aide confirmed it in a background statement.
She's going to own it now.
Notice that last part. That last part is important because that guest says the Russia. Well, also obviously what's his name said it too. Jake Tapper said it there that the Russians love this, and that's. I mean, I don't know. I'm not to obviously buy into all this Russia-phobia stuff, but if you want to take the RussiaGate stuff seriously, because they talk about how the Russians like to sow discord and stuff like that. He's right though. If you want to take that narrative to its ultimate point, that the Russians, they love the idea of sowing discord and stuff, and they love, whatever, Democrats and stuff going after each other, but not so much Republicans, certainly just Democrats going after each other, black people against white people and Mexicans against white people and this and that. But the ironic thing is, and he made that statement, he says, obviously the Russians are loving this, and then the woman that he asked the question to kind of confirmed his point. Hillary Clinton, ironically, is the one who is doing it. So the person that claims that these Russians are, made swung the election and made people vote for Donald Trump over me because he's a Russian whatever asset or he's a Manchurian candidate, whatever. But she's the one that's going out there and helping sow the discord. So she's the one going out there and saying Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset or whatever. She's the one who's sowing the discord. So she's taking part in exactly what she accused, everybody else of doing, in the sense of the Green Party and, I don't know, Susan Sarandon and Jill Stein and, I don't know, whatever journalist that wasn't kissing Hillary's ass. She's, everything that she was accusing them of in 2016, she's doing right now by going out there and saying Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. And it's absurd. And it's ridiculous. And honestly, Hillary Clinton is just going out there, just wanting to get attention. She's going on different shows like The View and stuff, doing interviews, and she's doing like fucking speaking tours and stuff. She's so obsessed with getting attention. She loves the attention being on herself and being, kind of at her disposal, so that she can get people fawning over her and buying into her bullshit talking points. So, and then finally, I want to play this last segment where this CBS News reporter asks Tulsi Gabbard. She interviews her and asks her questions about Hillary Clinton's comments. Check it out.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard is responding to Hillary Clinton's comments suggesting that a 2020 candidate is being groomed by the Russians. Congresswoman Gabbard joins me now from Iowa City, Iowa. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here with us. So, in
Aloha,
full,
thank you.
What did you make of Secretary Clinton's comments this week?
Let's be clear about what this is about. Really, that if anyone stands up and speaks out to end the regime change war policies our country has had for so long, the likes of which we've seen waged in Iraq, Libya, and ongoing in Syria, we will be labeled as foreign agents. We will be labeled as traitors to our country. So really what this is a message to every veteran in this country who has put their life on the line to serve our country, to every single American who believes strongly that we must end this long-standing foreign policy of being the world's police and waging these regime change wars, which is really the legacy of Hillary Clinton, then we are traitors to the nation that we love. This is despicable on so many levels.
When you say regime change wars, what do you mean by that?
This long-held foreign policy of the United States, of which Hillary Clinton was a champion of for a very long time, of going around the world, acting as the world's police, overthrowing and toppling dictators that we don't like. Again, wars that I've served in, the war in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi in Libya, and the ongoing regime change war in Syria. This is what we're talking about. This is what I have been strongly calling for an end to. And this is the reason why she and her minions are trying to smear me, smear my character, and undermine my campaign, labeling me as a foreign agent, as a traitor to my country.
But Congresswoman, with respect, Clinton did not explicitly name you in that podcast. So why are you addressing her comments and bringing more attention to them?
Come on, let's be real here. Look at every single headline that's come out of her comments on that podcast. Every single one has my name in there. So let's not mess around here and pretend that it wasn't something that it was.
Would you ever consider running as a third-party candidate, as she believes?
No.
You possibly would.
No, I've said that many times before. I've been very clear. I will not be leaving the Democratic Party. I will not be running as an independent or a third-party candidate. I am running as a Democrat to take our party back, away from the control of people like Hillary Clinton and the warmongering and corrupt, powerful establishment, and return our party into the hands of the people. Make it so that the Democratic Party is once again a party of, by, and for the people, a party that will fight for the people, fight to protect our planet, and that will fight for peace.
If it's not you, though, are you concerned about there potentially being a third-party candidate to emerge?
I want to stay focused on exactly what's happening here, because this is a dangerous message that's being sent to the American people, that if anyone, any veteran, any service member, any American stands up and speaks out for ending these regime change wars, of ending this long-held foreign policy, this is how they will be treated. So I'm calling on every American to stand with me as we stand up for the truth, we stand up for peace, we stand up for our freedoms, including our freedom of speech in this country, and invite them to join my campaign in doing this.
And freedom of democracy, I'm sure. So how concerned are you about Russian meddling in 2020?
Once again, this is not about Russia. Let's stay focused on the issue at hand here, that Hillary Clinton is labeling me as a foreign agent and a traitor, smearing and undermining my campaign, both directly herself and indirectly through her proxies, who've been doing this really since I announced my candidacy for president. The reason why she's doing this is because she knows that she can't control me. She knows that she's not going to be able to manipulate me if I'm elected president, to be able to continue these warmongering policies that she has championed throughout her career. This is about bringing our party back, bringing our country back into the hands of the people, and ensuring our government is fighting for the people, fighting for our planet, and fighting for peace.
And you're using strong words here. You've also used strong words toward Secretary Clinton on Twitter. Has she said anything to you specifically?
I have not personally heard from her.
All right, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good night.
So that was a very poignant and strong message from Tulsi Gabbard. She didn't want to take any of Hillary Clinton's bullshit laying down. She went after her just like she went after the New York Times and CNN in that debate, and she called them out. But listen, this last final clip I played here is the again, it's an anatomy of a smear. It leads everything up to the point of like, okay, so we're going to do a final interview. We're going to do an interview with after all the times that she's been smeared on CNN and MSNBC and all these different channels. We're going to do an interview with her and just repeat the same fucking bullshit. Russian asset, Assad apologist. What is a? So then she asked her, what do you mean by regime change wars? She's asking her that because that's just like Don Lemon said. That's a rhetoric used by the people, by the Kremlin. It's pushed by the Kremlin. The idea of the rhetoric of regime change wars. So again, that's why she's asking what she means by that, and it's to put in the minds of the people that, oh look, she's using the rhetoric of the right of the Russian government. Terrible. I can't believe it. She must be a member of the Russian government if she's using the same rhetoric as them. It's so stupid. Like again, as if using the rhetoric of another country, what another country says is this somehow that's like. What is that? That doesn't mean anything. That just means that you have an agreement with somebody from another country. What's the big deal? As if you can't agree with somebody from another country says, or leaders from another country says. It's ridiculous. So anyway, this just shows how the media just loves to, smear somebody and specifically somebody that is not part of the establishment, and they just smear, and then when they ask them questions, they ask them bullshit questions, just like this reporter was doing, or this host was doing when they were talking to Tulsi, but she handled herself really well. And I want to give credit to CNN for having those couple of segments where they did bring on people, and some of their guests were like, yeah, this is bullshit, like she's going too far and this isn't right, and if you're going to be complaining about how Donald Trump attacks people, you should be taking issue with how Hillary Clinton attacks somebody like this too. And honestly, Hillary Clinton is in that mode of like, I don't give a shit, I don't give a fuck, I'm just gonna smear somebody the way I feel like it, and if you don't like it, then fuck off, basically. And Hillary Clinton doesn't care. She wants to make everything about herself. Hillary Clinton she's a sociopath, and she's a narcissist, and she's an opportunist, and she wants to make sure that the attention isn't taken off of her, and she wants to influence this primary. And if she wants to do that by attacking Tulsi, she's not gonna get away with that. People aren't going to take that laying down, and they're not. And she could easily go after Bernie Sanders if she wants to. And by the way, don't be surprised if she does go after Bernie Sanders at some point. I suspect that she will. But if she does, she's going to be doing that at her own risk. If she's going to go after Bernie, it's not going to turn out good for her, because she is going to be lambasted like crazy if she does that shit. If she tries to pull that fucking bullshit, she's not going to get away with that. And she probably thinks she can. She probably thinks she can, pull it off, and because she's her, and she thinks like, whatever, I can do. Nobody can say anything against me because I'm Hillary Clinton. She thinks she's like this, she's like this indestructible force, even though she lost an election to a fucking, crazy buffoon like Donald Trump. But she thinks she can say anything and get away with it, and nobody's going to say shit. But at the end of the day, she is going to get called out for her bullshit, and she's not going to get away with it. And at the end of the day, she's not making herself any more popular, which is why I'm thinking she just doesn't give a fuck, and she's not going to make herself any more popular, and she's not going to make herself look any better either. So just keep talking shit, from the sidelines, and then at this point, all I got to say is let Bernie Sanders become president, and we'll see how Hillary Clinton reacts, because that's going to be a sight to see. So as you guys know, Amy Klobuchar is somebody that is running for president in the Democratic primary as well, along with the other 20 or however many people there are there. She was in the last debate too, and she made a complete fool of herself, and she couldn't help but say a bunch of insane things, and that is definitely not surprising, considering the fact that she has ridiculous positions, and she's just a typical kind of corporate Democrat that nobody can stand, and she pretends to be like this super, exciting and not influential but exciting and passionate person that has all the solutions to the problems, but in reality she just pretty much says what she's against, and she's basically spent all of her time in the debates shitting on Medicare for all, shitting on student loan debt, getting rid of student loan debt. I mean, not just student loan debt, but getting rid of student loan debt, and any kind of progressive economic populist policy. She's just been completely against. That's all she's spent time doing on the debate stage. So, but I mean, as usual with candidates like this, they always manage to reach a new low, and that's basically what Amy Klobuchar decided to do when she completely shit on progressive ideas, but this time did it with GOP talking points. So check out this clip. It's about I think like a minute long or something, 45 seconds to a minute long here, and I think she's getting interviewed by a reporter or something, and she's answering a question about progressive ideas. So check this out. It's fucking astounding how arrogant this woman is. Check it out.
I just don't agree with these policies, and I also think that they know that they most likely won't go through because they don't make any sense when you really take down the veneer and get them off a bumper sticker and start looking at them, but they just keep promising it, and I just don't agree. I actually don't agree because I think it's not their best policy. They may be bold ideas, I think they're bad ideas, and there's a better way to do this.
So if they know it's not going to go through, then why promise?
Because people like it. They like to hear that they're going to get everything free, right? They like it. That's how Andrew Yang started his speech at a debate. It was about giving people free $1,000. So, it is, and that was from his campaign directly. So that is a lot of what the discussion is right now. And I think people know that we've got to make the economy work better for them. And so to me, this isn't necessarily about a free college or a free degree. It's about how can you help people afford the education that they want on the path they want and have it fit with our economy.
What is she talking about? She's talking, first of all, she's portraying everybody as if, like, oh yeah, everybody just loves the free stuff. And look at how she says, like, the reporter asked her something along the lines of, like, why are people in favor of the policies? Like, she pretty much just admits it. She said, the reporter asked, why are people in favor of the policies that, your opponents are putting out there? She says, oh, because they like it. So you're admitting that the policies that Bernie Sanders, to some extent Elizabeth Warren, she said, mentioned Andrew Yang there, throw in who else? I don't know. I think that's it. I can't think of anybody else. But, all these, type of, non-establishment type politicians. I mean, Elizabeth Warren is, but I mean, she has some decent things on when it comes to economics, I guess. But, basically she's referring to those people that are putting out policies that people support. She acts as if that's like a negative. And then she talks about that whole free stuff thing. Like she's using GOP talking points while pretending as if like, yeah, it's totally terrible. It's such a bad thing to push for policies that people support, pushing for policies that people like. She said it. She said, oh yeah, they like them because they're getting free stuff. So at the same time, while admitting that people like these progressive populist policies, she's using GOP talking points you hear from the likes of Donald Trump. You hear that shit from Donald Trump all the time. You hear that shit from I don't know, Ted Cruz. You hear it from Marco Rubio. You hear it from, point out any Republican, any establishment right-wing Republican, they're going to say that kind of shit all the time. Free stuff. All these, progressives or whatever, Democrats, socialists, they just want free stuff. And they're going to be using that rhetoric against whoever the fuck the Democratic nominee is, which is why we should just get the real person in there, which is Bernie Sanders, instead of just putting some fake, faux populist, faux aggressive candidate. But, yeah, but she's like, this lady is so, I mean, look at what she's saying. She's so arrogant in the way she speaks and the way she frames her arguments. She says like, oh yeah, all these policies that these other candidates put out, they're popular because people like them. Okay, so you're admitting that. Okay, so you're just admitting that out, from the outset. But then you say, oh no, my policies are better because it's not about just giving somebody a free degree, which is not even true. Free education. It's like you got to go earn the fucking education. You got to go earn the degree. It's like you're being handed a fucking thing. You're like, as if I have my degree here and I just like got it handed to me. No, I had to work my ass off to get that. So yeah, she's just like making that part up. But anyway. But she says, but like my ideas are totally, they're much better because we have to make these policies, make sure they work within the economy. So like we have to make sure these policies, like basically what she's saying is they have to work within the economy in the sense that they can't be too expensive. Is basically what she's saying. Like she doesn't, that she could have said that, but she didn't. But it's just, that's politician talk for, it costs too much, so it needs to be costing less, which means basically the policy is shittier. She can't say, sure, she doesn't believe that but obviously because she doesn't want to spend too much money on the things that people actually want, she wants to spend on everything else. But she, she's just talks about how like, oh yeah, we need to be pushing for things that work within the economy. So just don't spend as much money, basically. And so what is your solution then? So you're gonna what? You're gonna give, I think before she advocated for like a two-year community college. I think she said 2-year AA degree basically. So like, free tuition for just 2 years of community college just to get your AA, and then you have to get fucking bankrupt going into like a university. Okay, wonderful. That's the worst idea I've ever heard, and it doesn't solve anything. Especially considering the fact that community college is not really that expensive. So unless you're there forever, but if you're only there for 2 years, it's barely going to cost anything. And then she talks about how, within that whole context of like making the economy, making the policies work within our economic, our economy and our economic system. It's like, okay, so like, what are your ideas though? All you're pushing, like if you listen to her during the debates, all she's pushing for is just like, oh yeah, I'm in favor of strengthening Obamacare. I'm in favor of doing things that help the American people, and then she never gets into the details of it. And like, so like when she talks about helping the American people, what are you going to do? Oh, I want to help Americans not get screwed over by big pharma, because she said she worked with Bernie Sanders actually on an amendment that helped people that were trying to get like prescription drugs. Okay, but so does that mean you agree with Bernie Sanders that we should have cheaper, that we should import our insulin and various drugs that are too expensive, because they're price gouged in the United States? Because that's what Bernie Sanders did. He accompanied a woman whose son needed insulin to treat his incurable disease, and they couldn't purchase it in America because it was too expensive because the insulin was being price gouged. and then he went to Canada with this person who got the insulin at a tenth of a price or something. And so does that mean that Amy Klobuchar supports that? Because she's talking about how she wants to take on Big Pharma. That's what she said, because she worked with Bernie Sanders on that. So, I mean, she clearly doesn't give a shit. I mean, because she never gets into the details of talking about exactly what she pushes for, and everything that she does get into the details of are just shitty ideas. Just like when I said regarding the thing about, student loan debt and, wiping, or not necessarily wiping that, but like tuition-free college, essentially, so people don't get into student loan debt. She talks about, 2 years of community college. Like, you're not a good candidate. And by the way, she had an interview with Bill Maher. Bill Maher is like gushing over this person as if she's like the next coming of like the wonderful Democratic candidate that everybody wants. Nobody wants her. But Bill Maher is like fucking smitten over her, and it's pathetic. And he did an interview where she's like putting out all these like stupid ideas and, making like stupid folksy jokes, pretending as if she's like totally popular and like everybody loves her and shit. And they're obviously, unfortunately, the majority of the audience that watches or that comes to Bill Maher's shows are honestly idiots, and they just cheer for any ridiculous corporate Democrat that'll say the same typical, talking points that you hear from every neoliberal Democrat out there. And yeah, so I mean, she was on there and she was just like making a complete fool of herself. So, I mean, listen, I can't wait until this woman drops out. I can't wait until Kamala Harris drops out. I mean, these candidates are such an embarrassment. And no, it's not because they're women. It's because they're terrible at what they say. And Klobuchar is definitely the worst of all of them. But this woman especially is so fucking arrogant in the way she likes to lecture people and tell people how she's not in favor of this and she's not in favor of that. Oh, but her policies are totally wonderful and everything she believes in is the greatest thing ever since sliced bread, and everything should be in favor of it because she knows better than you. And anything that you're pushing for that's far left, so-called far left policy that Bernie Sanders won and leads to free stuff, that's terrible. You can't have that because it doesn't work within our economy. Just get the fuck out of this fucking race, lady. You are not the real deal of anything. You're the real deal of the corporate interests that that are fucking funding your stupid ass campaign that has no chance of getting anywhere. You're polling at 1 or 2%, and you think you're hot shit. Get the hell out of the fucking race and let the serious people be in the debates instead of we might as well just be watching. We'd be better off watching a fucking empty podium without you standing there. That's how much of a fucking joke you are. So yeah, hopefully she drops out as soon as possible because she's an embarrassment. And the less fucking politicians we can have like this, honestly, I hope she gets fucking primaried at some point. Get like a Justice Democrats or whatever, brand new Congress, our Revolution candidate to fucking primary her ass, because she's well within her period of time getting the fuck out of here. And watch, if she were to get voted out of her Senate seat, she would probably go and get a job as a lobbyist or some shit, because she's that fucking brazen and arrogant in her love of the corrupt system that we are currently suffering with. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully she doesn't make it for the next debate, because I can't stand watching her. I'd rather watch paint dry, but we'll see what happens. So ultimately, Amy Klobuchar is a waste of time listening to. She's unbearable to hear. It's like nails on a chalkboard. And the sooner she's gone, the sooner we are going to be getting smarter instead of dumber listening to her fucking bullshit. All right, guys, that's going to be the end of the Progressive Square. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a great show today. Before we get going, once again, don't forget to check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/ProgBlacksmith. If you can become a patron and give me a generous contribution, it would be greatly appreciated. Also, remember, if you want more information about this podcast, check out #TheProgSquare on Twitter. That will direct you to all of my live broadcasts on Periscope, as well as every segment I post on YouTube. So thanks again for joining us, and this has been the Progressive Square. I am Kevin Asani, aka Progressive Blacksmith, and we will see you next time. Take care, everybody.